Y'all are okay, I'm gonna do some starters. Okay.
Good evening, good evening.
Wow, I'm going to call the meeting to order, yes.
Yeah, so hot, so hot.
Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember King. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox.
Present.
Present.
Councilmember Phillips.
Present.
Councilmember Houston.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons.
Here.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
We have a quorum, everyone's here.
Thank you so much. A second, there are a lot of items on the table.
Yeah.
Thank you. Entertain a motion for agenda approval. Moved
Support.
by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tuesday. First, we have the two walk-on items that are this, they've been emailed out to us. So I would like to add them on, if there's objections from council, the first being the DDA resolution about the Ballard Street lot. And the second being the fee waiver for the domestic violence law. All right. Looking for objections? All right. I will add those. Ooh. All right, they'll be on P. Any other updates to the agenda? Councilmember Simmons?
I mean, I just have a question about whether we should move this hearing from being the last item.
Oh. All right. Conversation, discussion about that, we're moving, N.
Oh. She's here in the back.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, discussion council are moving letter N up in the agenda. Where do you want to move it, Councilwoman Simmons?
Well, honestly, I probably would want to move it all the way up here at the top of the agenda. But I would say at a minimum, before our discussion, those tend to be our last things anyway. But I think it probably would make sense to move it up, and we tend to move things up like a tiny board here. I would support it.
Okay, would it be okay to move it just to the, after the ordinance reading? To the top of, resolutions maybe?
That would work, that's what I, yeah.
Alright. Alright,
So N becomes A.
basically. And it's still N, it just goes before the N. Okay.
I like to think of that.
See.
I know, listen, I just wanna keep things in order. Alright, any other updates or changes to the agenda? City manager?
Mayor, this would be a council, but if we, our council would be in the approval to create a consent agenda with A, B, and K. A and B would be the minutes as well as the second reading of the fire code ordinance. And then K would be the appointing Delonzo Weaver as the MERS employee retirement system delegate.
I support that.
And we need motions to creating a consent agenda of A, B, and K. Councilman
I would just say I did have some slight corrections to the minutes, but I'm happy to send those.
Yeah, okay. All right, so,
So then that becomes first, and then the hearing ends.
yep, well, no, and we'll still go first, and then next one would be, we just do A, B, and K. All right, so A, B, and K will become the consent. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so it goes before.
All right, so A, B, and K will come before, right after the ordinances. Sorry, y'all, I'm gonna go over this as soon as we're done. As a consent agenda. Okay. Any other changes or updates to this agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of this amended agenda? please say aye. All right, so for our audience, we will go through the agenda, to public comment next. We'll have this first reading of the ordinance for 1453. And then letters A, B, and K, under resolutions, motions, discussions, will come next as a consent agenda altogether. We will then take letter N first, and then move to C, D, E, F, and the rest that remain on the agenda. Should be normal with the addition of an O and a P at the end. Or on the Ballard Street lot and a fee waiver request. All right. Okay. So, get my papers going on. Okay. All right, so next is public comment. So members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with those who are signed up on the list. Then I will take hands, then we'll move to Zoom. Public comment is limited to 45 minutes at the top of the meeting. If we do not get through all of the folks who have signed up or have hands raised, we will continue from the point that we left off at the end. All right, so first we have Jessica Kelly. Good
Thank
evening.
you. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Brown and council members. I want to thank you for your concern and your in regards to the situation with my son the last time I spoke. But I'm here today to speak about Ann Arbor Community Foundation. I am not a spokesperson for them, but they provide grants.
It's too sunny, there you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, so I'm not a spokesperson for Ann Arbor Community Foundation, but right now they have an open application until October 8th. They provide grants for Washtenaw County nonprofit. The first grant is Ypsilanti Area Community Fund Grant Program, up to $10,000. And then there's a community grant making up to $20,000. So if you have a nonprofit, you can speak with their coordinator there in regards to that. Of course, there's more in the pot, but you can ask up to those amounts. With that first grant, it is basically a seeking opportunities to invest funds in community-based projects that specifically support racial equity programs. And her name is Amina Iqbal. She's the Senior Community Investment Officer. I have relayed this information to your city clerk, Tracy Boudreaux, and she would have that information for anyone who is seeking to get some funding. They also offer grants, endowments, as well as savings through that program in Washtenaw County. Thank you so much for allowing me this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I believe it's Lauren Kenny. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to talk about the resolution to take Cuba off the state's hostile terrorism list. 2 weeks ago, we talked about the criminal blockade on Cuba and the ways it affects not only Cubans, but people in the US, particularly people of color and people. Because of the blockade, people cannot get very necessary medical advancements from Cuba, including for Alzheimer's, an injection for ulcers, and a vaccine for lung cancer, among others. Cubans are suffering under the 60+ year blockade, and for what? Right now, their medical brigades are being attacked with lies that Trump just yesterday spewed about autism and Tylenol. This misinformation warfare is literally killing people. There's virtually no homelessness in Cuba. Evictions are illegal. Let me repeat that. Evictions are illegal in Cuba. Homelessness is virtually non-existent. 95% of Cubans own their own home. Everyone has healthcare and education free of cost. The truth is, the majority of people in the US, along with the international community, support an end to the US blockade against Cuba, as well as removing Cuba from the US state sponsors of terrorism list. A list that has zero evidence of anything and is only used to coerce and control a country that does not have to outside the money. Every year, the UN General Assembly votes overwhelmingly to condemn the extraterritorial US economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba. The only two consistent no votes are from the US and Israel. Over 117 resolutions in support of the Cuban people, representing over 60 million people in the US, have now been passed by US city councils, county boards, state legislatures, school boards, labor councils, labor unions, workers, and other organizations. In Michigan alone, Washington County Board of Commissioners, Wayne County Board of Commissioners, Detroit City Council, Meridian Township, State of Michigan Senate, Ipsy can be the next, do the right thing. Cuba says when the US sends bombs, they send doctors. Cuba is not a state sponsor of terror, but a sponsor of peace, humanity, and hope for a better world. Cuba has the right to self-determination and peace without US intervention. Viva Cuba, break the blockade, and housing. Right.
Thank you. Okay, Lorenz Corneliuson. Sorry if I said that correctly. Kitty.
Hello, you all have a lot of business to handle, so I'm gonna try and be quick. First of all, thank you for supporting Tenants, the Warming Center, and Dark Skies tonight. Regarding the tenant subcommittee, it's a great idea, and I'm very proud of our city for implementing it. I propose that at least 4 members of the subcommittee be current tenants. If the 7 members of the committee don't meet that criteria, then those advisory positions could be expanded to include 4 current tenants, even in an advisory capacity. As part of the harm reduction zoning, as you are directing the zoning department to define harm reduction, I urge you to include social workers in that process to make sure that there's a full view of the scope of what harm reduction actually can include in our downtown area. I'm also looking forward to the presentation later on the Bell Kramer area. I have a couple of specific questions about that. One, I'm assuming we're gonna get an update on the remediation process. I know that there were pipes that were quoted between $10,000 to $50,000 as a mitigation system, and I was wondering if those were installed and what it looks like now. I'm also asking the city will publicize both of the phase assessments and the periodic environmental testing that has been done on the Bell Kramer area. Thanks.
Thank you. Sherry Wanda?
Good evening, council. Well, you have a packed agenda with a lot of things that are dear to my heart. So I had not planned to speak about Cuba, but as I heard Alkay talking, and I heard the only 2 consistent no votes are the US and Israel. And then I thought about the news that I saw today and yesterday, and the genocide and the ongoing genocide in Palestine, and I thought, that is not company I want to be keeping right now. So I would encourage you to think about that. But really what I came here today to do is to say thank you. And that might be a little presumptive, but I'm gonna be presumptive and assume that you're gonna vote to allow us to use the Freight House for the daytime warming shelter again this year. And I wanna just really thank you for that. And just share with you how meaningful that is to so many people in our community. Obviously, mostly people who have no other place to go during the day because they are experiencing houselessness. But I also am thinking of the people who show up who are newly housed, precariously housed, food insecure, who show up and tell me, being here helps quiet the voices in my head. I come to the day shelter because then I don't get in trouble elsewhere. I don't know how to be alone in my apartment because I've been living in congregate settings for the past 7 years, and being here lets me know I'm safe and allows me to get some sleep while I'm regulating and acclimating to being inside. Obviously, my heart is with those who are sleeping on the sidewalks and in tents and in their cars. But it is important to so many people beyond that. And so I really, again, maybe presumptuous, but assuming you're going to do the right thing, I want to say thank you for the use of the Bright House again this year.
Thank you. Sandria?
Hello, also wanted to come today in support of passing the resolution to remove Cuba off of the state sponsors of terrorism list. So I just want to break down a little bit about what this list is and why the US has kind of falsely designated Cuba as a state sponsors of terrorism list. So to start with, Cuba has provided refuge and safe haven for Assata Shakur, who is a freedom fighter in the Black Liberation Army and a part of the Black Panthers, who was fleeing white supremacist violence here. And the US government and also the New Jersey State Police still puts out calls calling for Assata's head, basically. And she finds camaraderie in Cuba. Another reason is that Cuba supports liberation movements, like the Palestinian Liberation Movement, like the Namibian and Angolan revolutions against apartheid forces in Africa. Cuba has also fostered peace talks in Venezuela. And so Cuba is known by the rest of the world as a force of peace, as, you know, a force providing medical internationalism and medical brigades. But it's for those exact reasons that it gets called a terrorist by the US and the US government. And that might seem like rhetoric, but it also has concrete ramifications on Cuba. So it punishes banks and other financial institutions from doing any business in Cuba. It punishes businesses and other social organizations from having relations with Cuban organizations. It restricts travel. It prevents Cubans from leaving the country in like dignified ways and travel in the ways that Americans are able to do. It also punishes people from America from being able to visit Cuba in ways that aren't for essentially supporting regime change in Cuba. So those are some reasons that I think it should be very clear why we need to remove Cuba off of the state sponsors of terrorism list. And in the 45 seconds I've left, wanted to talk about why IPSI. So why I think we should do this as a community. Many of us have gone to Cuba, who are from IPSI, and are engaged in community work here, doing street survival work, fighting to organize with tenants and our homeless neighbors, fighting to get justice for Crystal Clark, to fight against the conditions in Women's Round Valley prison, and really like to fight with our community for dignity and self-determination. And we use Cuba as an example of that, providing socialized healthcare, providing socialized education, having a model democratic process at the local and federal level. And yeah, I think that's mainly why we're doing this.
Thank you. Your Honor, other school seniors? Good evening.
Good evening. Want to come up here, first and foremost, thank y'all for providing this platform for us to speak and showing people the right way that you want to be heard. First, I wanted to give a community update to the execution of the cultural integration that me and my organization has and got involved with the beer cooler establishment. Last time I came here, I couldn't even articulate myself. I'm going on fashion. We will be managing his property from Mr. Suka's store, who was security, store clerk, and groundskeeping. And I was able to acquire the drive-through portion of the establishment, 20 South Washington. We decided to do a community closet or like a dog drop-in center initially for the community to try to combat what's going on in the area, direct concerns. But due to the zoning, things is that we're not allowed to do that, so we the proposal, which we've kind of been talking, and it seems like it's gonna be okay. Also wanted to just bring aware to 5 community crises that my organization is undergoing right now as an advocacy organization. If anybody have any kind of insight that we can get them all rectified soon, we'd love for anybody to help out. The first one was the Bill Street, crisis with the coyotes and the squatters bringing out the natural habitat. The second one was the death of our 30-year-old Ypsilanti native James Taylor at the hands of Winston Police Department. The third one was here. The third one was the beer cooler. The fourth one was a Park Ridge tenant dealing with gun violence in her home. And this one as recently is not in the city, but it's dealing with law enforcement and a minor. So at this stage, we're gonna make sure everything stays copacetic. We'll be giving you guys some of that from my platform on social media, RP Enterprises, ENT. That's where our platform is at. We can give more of a raw data, understanding of what's going on from communities' voices. We also will be having through our Next Level Alliance crisis control team. We will be having monthly community forums, and then we'll be having 2-week community updates based off of those forums. Until we get to the bottom of everything that we're trying to get to. So I ask people to come in the official capacity, any unofficial capacity, with the intent to heal our community together. I also wanted to bring awareness to.
But Austin, you signed up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You didn't mean to?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't want to speak, I just wanted to let people know that the beer cooler is very, very changing and very different now. We just don't want people to blame the owner because he wasn't there. That's all we asking for. Don't blame the owner. Give him some leeway. Not all the leeway, because it's still wrong. Everything is wrong. But we still want to help our community at the end of the day. Our community is the reason why the store is still up. So that's all.
Thank you. Pat, you too. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone, council, mayor, people of Ypsi. First, I just want to say I do support the Warming Center at the Freight House resolution. I do also want to point out that the resolution could include, hopefully, a future resolution using some millage funds from the public safety and mental health millage to support additional staffing. The Warming Center is Monday through Thursday, it closes around 6, which leaves Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with folks not having anywhere to go with respite, except there is a community organization right now, like the harm reduction, where additional staffing from the Warming Center staff could cover that if there was funding that existed. And so I think the $350,000 that's in the public safety fund right now should be able to cover a little bit of that. I do know that there was around $800,000 though, and I'm not still sure where the 500,000 went. I've asked, I believe, city treasurer that a few times. But yeah, we really should be trying to invest in our communities for like excellence, thriving, joy, healing, all these really great things. But instead we've seen just divestment from our community. And so again, I do think millage funds would be able to help support some of those things. And I'm also trying to speak about the termination of Lori Thomas. It says in the letter that she wrote that she felt discriminated against. Just want to remind her there is a citizen complaint form now for people who feel discriminated against, thanks to the HRC, the Human Relations Commission, which she was actually a staff liaison of and has intentionally obstructed a lot of the work that we tried to do over the year. I have firsthand account that said she was sent to the HRC to babysit us. But instead what she did was just prevent a lot of the good work from being able to go forward. Including intentionally lying on the dais about someone's article that they brought forward, Commissioner Monroe specifically at saying that affirmative action is not really real and valid, which I think kind of contradicts the mission statement of the Human Relations Commission.
But also we did put forth some resolutions, including requesting council change the zoning laws to include harm reduction services. But you don't need to spend time defining with people who don't know about it or even experts, because you can use MDHHS's definition, Washington County Health Department's definition, and also SAMHSA's definition of harm reduction. But I do hope to see that on the next agenda with full support. And also we put forward the resolution about Cuba, and I really hope to see that be supported here as well. So thank you.
Okay. Ben Franklin? Good evening.
Good evening, council. Jenna Bird, me prescribed 48198. Here to support voice my support for a few of today's resolutions. First, removing Cuba from the U.S. terrorism list for all the reasons already aforementioned. Second, I support establishing a tenants' rights subcommittee. Third, enthusiastically support the Freight House being approved for the daytime warming center, and for it not to be delayed any further. I've learned in my short time here that this is routine. And finally, regarding what happened at the beer cooler, please continue to listen to and work with local community leaders who are focusing on healing the harmed instead of hurting the harmful. As someone so eloquently put it last week, what happened at the beer cooler was a predictable and inevitable outcome when all of the crises that we are currently experiencing in this community intersect. And there are plenty of folks around town who are regularly here with solutions to the questions that you are asking, and who are stitching together something from nothing every day. So please continue to work with them and support them. I agree with Councilmember Simmons that adding more surveillance is not the answer, but hopefully, as you saw in my email to all of you, neither is limiting the people's access to their city council and public comment. I am not here every meeting, but I am here enough to have seen some things and learned some things. And I know that in late 2024 and early 2025, there were a few meetings that had a lot of community engagement and a lot of community members demanding action from this body, myself included. And meetings that ran late, meetings that had a lot of public comments. And part of the council's response to this engaged citizenry, which I know Councilmember McLean has asked for, was to add restrictions to public comment. Restrictions that I outlined in my personal experience and in my email that are discriminatory, undemocratic, and problematic for a variety of reasons. What I saw at last week's meeting was an entire room full of constituents who came to council to have their voices heard, and after a very public assault in their neighborhood down the street, and they were told they would have to wait because time ran out. And in the case of last week's meeting, they would have waited until 11 p.m. I hope that it is not lost on you that your punitive and reactionary response to a group of loud and primarily white people earlier this year limited public comment access for a group of primarily Black people now. So I would be very interested to see and to hear what legal counsel has to say about these restrictions, or perhaps a civil rights attorney would like to take a look and evaluate how these new rules place intentional or unintentional, well, perhaps intentional, unintentional, undue burdens and excessive obstacles to your most vulnerable populations. Because as I mentioned in my email, childcare, elder care, transportation, work schedules, mental and physical abilities, and resources all play a role in whether or not someone can participate in public comment at their city council meeting. So I'm asking that you reintroduce a resolution lifting these restrictions, and specifically I would ask that the members who voted against these restrictions consider changing their vote. Crystal Clark, thank you.
Thank you. Everett Houston? I don't know if E or ER, EO. No, it's like Everett. I don't know what's telling it. Ernest Houston? Ernest? Everett? I'm sorry, I cannot.
Oh, I saw this. I didn't put this. He was right behind me.
Oh, okay. I'll go to the next person and come back if they come back. Nicholas Anderson.
Hey, how you doing?
Good evening.
This is Nicole Brown. It's nice to get you. My name is basically from the bottom of my heart, I have a daughter who's 3. Her name's Sophia. I'm just trying to stay on my P's and Q's and keep my nose clean. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm from the Easy E's, like era, you know, like Tupac said, you know, both black and white, smoking cracks, and basically what I'm saying is from like, literally, I'm here to bring healing from the 144, the higher dimensional angelics, here to bring unconditional love and healing, and raise the frequency a little bit, just lighten up, you know, like anybody that wants to let their wings just, you know, grow back, just you come together. But basically, I'm thinking about my child's future. I'm from Wayne County. I've only been to Washington for about a year and a half, and I'm familiar with what goes on. I mean, I played hockey growing up. I've had a lot of concussions, so I don't really remember a lot of it. But basically, yeah, we need funding, we need resources, we need people to come together, and we need to stop. People need to voice up. If they don't feel safe, speak that. I'm here to protect the innocents of the children. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Michelle. God bless. Into the mic, MIC? Okay, back to the truth and light, ID I was giving you. So, I mean, like ODB said, Wu-Tang Killer, I mean, I'm here for the children, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, while I still have the presence of the floor and the high chancellors, you know, let's all come together and, you know, God bless. I'm just here to bring my energy and get the place atmosphere. Wholeness and balance, vibrations, all itself. And as we proceed to give y'all what you need, patiently waiting. Anyways, I appreciate the time, the floor. All jokes aside, I'm just here like to overcome fear and just, you know, like be vulnerable, let it be okay to be who I am, a single male, single straight man, letting my voice be heard and be here for fellow people of my demographic. Bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
JP Myers. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Paul Myers. I'm a member of the Human Relations Commission. I've been there for about a year now. I just want to say things. First off, I'd like to really support Mrs. Thomas back. She's done excellently. I have nothing positive in relation with her. I cannot speak at all to any negative press she's ever received. She's been nothing but kind, nothing but useful, nothing but helpful my entire time she's ever been there. Second thing is that earlier the individual mentioned Assad Shakur, reference to Cuba. I would like to remind the council that Assad Shakur was found guilty of murdering 4 police officers in 1972 and was wanted on the FBI's terrorism list for supporting a Marxist-Leninist party, who expressly and called for the murder of white people after the rape of white women. She was also suspected by the FBI for murdering a number of other police officers. Further, since 2024, with 2024 to 2021, 100,000 people have left Cuba. So if we're gonna look at Cuba and say we have to take after them anyway, I think almost 1 million people leaving such a tiny country is really evidence of the contrary. Finally, I would like to say that I would like to voice my support for a permanent warming shelter that may not necessarily be within the city limits, but I would like to see that. There's a number of people in the community, local business owners and such, that said that they do not necessarily want to see the permanent warming shelter as a permanent solution. Is what I feel to be obvious reasons. Finally, about 5 years ago, my bicycle was stolen outside of Saline District Library, and it was only returned because Saline District Library had surveillance cameras out in the front, and the librarians and local police officers were able to not only identify the individual who stole my bicycle, but also found, I believe, 35 or 40 other bicycles who had been stolen by that day. Further, I'd like to remind the council that comments and detail every single time it is evidential. I will yield for the rest of my time.
Thank you. All right, is Everett Houston, is that the name? Are they there? Mr. Houston, Miss? Somebody Houston, okay. Those are the names I have signed up. I have 2 hands online, okay, but I'm gonna go with hands in the audience first. Please, sir. Good evening.
Evening, council, hello people. I didn't come with a prepared comment. I came because I wanted to say thank you again for my hopes that you'll allow us to use the Great House again for the warming center. It has been a beautiful space, an accessible space for our local homeless community and our housing insecure community, food insecure community. I have been privileged to be there like pretty much every day that it's been open. And I have seen people come together in community through crisis and struggle and get their needs met by each other. It is really important that we have a place in Ypsilanti where people can exist for free, come together. So thank you again for that. And I urge you to approve that resolution, because it's a structural problem that people are in such need. And it is the structure's job to provide alternative solutions for people who exist in this city for free. I think I'm gonna yield the rest of my time because I got nervous, but thank you so much again. Eli, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I saw another name on this side. Oh, yes, let's go. And you say your name for the record?
I'm Steven Swagger. I'd like to speak, coincidentally to what Eli is speaking to, without the Freight House, you're gonna have just a bunch of frozen people on the street, which none of us want. The offices that are bad, there's more to that, it's the community, the constant influx of food, and it's community. So let's do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Any additional hands in the audience before I move to the citizen? Okay, good. Good evening.
Good evening, KJP 120 North Huron. I am here tonight to support the Freight House Warming Center. I'm here tonight to support the establishment of a tenants' rights subcommittee. I'd like to echo Lorenz's concerns that there are not just some regular old tenants on that body. Every time y'all spit a number out, I think about how it could be used to shelter people. And so when I see $500,000 for truck purchases on the agenda, I think about how much shelter that would buy. And I think about how well those trucks are running and the emergency of trucks breaking down versus the emergency of people sleeping on the street tonight. And that is how I prioritize things in this community. I would like to support leaving the leaves. I would like to support removing Cuba from the state sponsors of terrorism. I would like to urge you to remedy our issues with zoning for harm reduction. I would like to say that I appreciate Jen speaking to public participation, and I would like to note that public participation is currently wrong in the public participation section of the city's website. So when people go to that section to come to this meeting, if they have not been familiar with everything that's happened since November, they are not being properly apprised of how to participate. That is an ongoing issue with allowing people to participate fully in the democratic processes of this city. I watched a Detroit City Council meeting recently on Zoom, and they let those people have it. And those people come back at them. And I am not saying that that is the best way to do democracy, but it is certainly a brave way to do democracy. And it is an engaged way to do democracy. And I think that we could take some lessons in bravery and engagement from that community. 52 seconds. Recently, a incident came to my attention of violence on the 300 block of Michigan. And as soon as I heard that, I said, I hope that that wasn't someone from the community that I represent. But if it was someone from the community I represent, we're not going to be surprised at who it was. And that person is going to have experienced chronic, systemic failure from every direction. The most vulnerable people in our community are the people outside. When the people who are outside are harmed, there is less response and there's less care. Our people sleeping outside are always the most vulnerable. And when something happens like this, there were so many places where we all could have prevented it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mike Jones. I'm from Ypsilanti Township, and I'm here to just back up with next to the warming center. I'm a part-time employee there. This will be my second year. Looking forward to going back there and helping the community. And also, I'm here to support to have a resolution passed on lifting the blockade on Cuba and also getting them off the state-sponsored list. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. And no further commands, I'm gonna move to Sue.
That's at 4. Mark Hergat.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So I sent an email to all of the electeds a few moments ago. I hope you got it. I'm speaking mostly on the dark skies ordinance, or rather the fact that there are 2 municipalities within the 4 square miles, and then the 4 square miles is surrounded by charter townships that all have a perverse incentive to subvert such a thing as a dark skies ordinance. It's quite frankly liberal posturing. You don't need it, especially not in an urban core. What you want to do is you want to use technocratic solutions to solve long-standing problems. That's what people are talking about with Cuba. That's what people are talking about with the warming center. That's what people are talking about with using the public safety funds. One of those things that you can do instead of a dark skies ordinance that will only be talked about with snickers behind the voices of the people that talk about it, is engage with DTE to get them to use emerging battery technology to reduce the possibility of blackouts. Maybe use $10,000 of the public safety ordinance to give away an offline solar panel and battery pack to a low-income family every year. Perhaps engage with Washington Community College to invest in upgrading hybrid or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles batteries that are 10 years old so that they have more capacity and stay on the road longer. These are all things that would reduce environmental impact and would be better for the people at large than a dark skies ordinance that would be completely subverted by the surrounding municipalities and the school districts that are municipalities within the 4 square miles. And that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So my name's Eric Mohammed. I am the chairperson currently of the Ypsilanti Police Advisory Commission. And Lori Thomas had been our, city hall liaison for the last couple of years. And I just wanted to spend a short amount of time voicing my unequivocal support for Lori as a deputy clerk, as a colleague for the Police Advisory Commission. I've seen Lori attending community events outside of sort of her regular work hours. She has been an incredible asset to the Police Advisory Commission in terms of helping us navigate city rules and procedures, helping us to sort of stay on track and roll things over from month to month, and providing really useful and insightful suggestions around how best to achieve some of the objectives that we have discussed over the last, 18 or 24 months. I also, I don't work at City Hall. I don't spend time at City Hall other than for YPAC meetings. So I can't speak much with respect to the voluminous documentation back and forth around her dismissal. But I can say that it's clear that there are personality issues inside City Hall right now, inside the city administration. But the reasons for her dismissal, just from reading the documentation, look personal and not professional. And so, again, I digress, but ultimately, my time spent with Lori, watching her perform her duties with and for YPAC, I have nothing but support for her. And so I fully support her reinstatement absolutely as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cornelius.
Good evening.
Hey, Corn, Williams, Ipsy Township. So I just want to say thank you for bringing the definitions around harm reduction, or the lack of definition in the zoning ordinance around harm reduction onto the agenda loosely. I think that it's pretty straightforward. The state has definitions through the Department of Health and Human Services for harm reduction, and the Washtenaw County Health Department has definitions for harm reduction, and they're both drastically different than their definitions for substance use treatment, whether that be residential or outpatient or detox. And so I think, yeah, it should be a pretty easy lift for you guys to kind of align our municipal zoning ordinance with the county and the state language. I do want to also quickly comment on the deputy clerk issue, just because I feel a responsibility to do so. Eric, who just spoke, would be able to attest that for a long time I attended, Human Relations Commission meetings, and Police Advisory Commission meetings regularly. And I did on several occasions make public comment, kind of asking why the deputy clerk chose to insert themselves consistently in the ongoings of the Human Relations Commission while really maintaining decorum in the Police Advisory Commission. And so not having seen any of the reasons for termination and not really knowing kind of the nuances that Eric was talking about, I do know that there was certainly some behavior by the deputy clerk in the Human Relations Commission that seemed very out of line. And I don't, I don't think there's really any discussion for that if you go back and review those meetings, which are all recorded. And yeah, I do support, the rest of the resolutions that folks have been asking you to support as well. But I just think, focusing on the residents of Ypsi, particularly like our most vulnerable, is in your purview, should be your top priority. And I've been asking why it's not for
Warren, sorry, your time is up.
Yeah, GDC Washtenaw. Unmute. Oh, there we go.
Hi. My name's Julia Pahalik. I am, I've been an Ypsi resident for almost 10 years. I'm here to speak in support of the Daytime Warming Center being housed at the Freight House, as well as the Cuba resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, our last one, I think we can fit him in, is Colton Ray.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm been an Ypsilanti resident for 5 years now, and a little over 5, and I'm also here to support the creation of the ad hoc tenant rights subcommittee to support the Daytime Warming Center being hosted at the Freight House again this year. The Leave the Leaves campaign as well. And then also removing Cuba from the US list of state sponsors of terrorism, and supporting zoning language that supports the provision of harm reduction programming. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll close public comments with that.
You get the air tested here.
But they're a little cold. Asking if the air can be adjusted. It's cold. You want a little? I have on 3 layers on first. Because I wasn't gonna ask about it. All right, yeah, I came with 3 layers today. I was like, not even enough to. Okay. Many of the items in public comment will come forward on our agenda, so I look forward to council's discussion on those items. And we're gonna move into our first ordinance, and therefore can we have that ordinance 1453, our only ordinance. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Oh, move to the, there. Resolution number 2025-185, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, economic diversity, environmental sustainability, and welfare of the community, whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including guiding values of safety comes first, and Ypsilanti is sustainable, and whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes the city has an interest in updating regulations to address changes in technology. Now therefore be it resolved, the city council, Ypsilanti City Council approves the zoning text amendment to establish first. I am applying zoning code. I so move.
Moved by Mayor Taylor, supported by Councilor McLean. Hello.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I did share a presentation on the Tracy. Thank you. Ultimately, I'm gonna go through the impacts of inappropriate schooling. I know I've talked with you all before, but part of this is also getting it back on the record and also having that refresher. So as we know, their inappropriate exterior lighting has negative impacts on wildlife and ecosystems. Plants and animals depend on Earth's daily cycle of light and dark to govern life-sustaining behaviors such as reproduction, nourishment, sleep, and protection from predators. artificial lights alter the nighttime environment for nocturnal animals, making it challenging for them to hunt and forage for food. This by default creates an imbalance in the ecosystem. Artificial lights also cause birds that hunt would migrate at night, wander off course, migrate too late or too early, miss ideal climate conditions for nesting, foraging, and other behaviors. Additionally, there are impacts for insects, as they are drawn to light, creating fatal attraction, which leads to declining insect populations that impact all species in the ecosystem that rely on them for food and pollination. Regarding the impacts on human health, exposure to artificial lights at night negatively affects human health, increasing the risk for sleep disorders, depression, diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. Nighttime exposure to artificial lights can suppress melatonin, and melatonin is has antioxidant properties, which reduce sleep, boosts the immune system, lowers cholesterol, and helps the functioning of the thyroid, pancreas, adrenal glands, etc. So there are very significant impacts on our health with inappropriate exterior lighting. Regarding the impacts on energy and climate change, it's estimated that at least 30% of all outdoor lighting in the US alone is wasted, mostly by lights that aren't shielded. That adds up to $3.3 billion and releases 21 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. To offset that carbon dioxide, we would need to plant 875 million trees annually. And then regarding the impacts of crime and safety, I know people hear a dark sky compliant ordinance and that raises some concerns of like, oh, well, don't we need lighting to like minimize crime? Ultimately, it's been determined that time and time again that having excessive lighting really doesn't have substantial impacts on crime. If anything, when it has been found to decrease crime, that's been because the lighting has been simply too bright. And so there was a 2015 study that was published by the Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health, and it found that streetlights don't prevent accidents and crime, but they do cost a lot of money. Granted, this was done in England and Wales, obviously not in the US, but for an American example, a New York public housing complex attempted to reduce crime by temporarily increasing lighting for over 3 years. They did find that nighttime crime fell by 45%. However, the fixtures implemented were 600,000 lumens. It's important to know that the average street light produces between 5,000 and 35,000 lumens, and stadium lights produce between 30,000 and 150,000. And as you know, stadium lights are bright, so imagine just blasting 600,000 lumens in a residential neighborhood. And again, they did find that the crime was reduced, but that's because it was too bright and it was uncomfortable to be in that space. Additionally, the study did not review whether there were any changes in crime in the immediate surrounding neighborhood. And so ultimately, we don't fully know how lighting impacted crime in that area. Regarding the next impact for exterior lighting, this is an example of floodlight. You have a super bright floodlight, and you cannot see the person that's next to the garage. But then when you cover that lighting, you can see that there is a person in the corner. And so while people think that exterior lighting is and we're having a bunch of it, it's going to mean that we're safer. That doesn't always be the case. That is not always the case. Regarding the ordinance timeline, we began discussion of this back in February of 2025. Since then, staff and myself and the Planning Commission have been working out the language and logistics of this ordinance. The Planning Commission held a public hearing at its August 20th, 2025 meeting, and it recommended approval of the proposed amendment to the City Council. Today, the City Council will hear a presentation as we're doing right now and for the public hearing. And they'll may make a decision today on this ordinance. If the ordinance is approved during its first reading, it will then be brought back to council for October 7th. And then if it's approved on October 7th, we will then have a 30-day protest period. And after that 30-day protest period, the ordinance will go into effect. Regarding the ordinance modifications, these are the specific sections that are being changed. There are a few new definitions that are added to the definition section. There's some amendments to temporary mobile food establishments and healthcare, temporary mobile healthcare establishments. Section 122-609, which is what presently regulates a majority of our lighting, has pretty much been almost entirely rewritten. And then there's been some amendments to the building mounted sign section of the ordinance, and a new section for sign illumination. So regarding there are 5 principles of responsible outdoor lighting that was established by the Dark Sky International. And Dark Sky International is an international organization providing leadership tools and resources for individuals, policymakers, and industry to advocate for responsible outdoor lighting. I'm going to go through all of the principles and how it compares to our present ordinance. So for the first principle, we have useful. I have a screenshot of the current ordinance in the corner, but you'll see that the gist of that principle is that use light only if needed. And when you look at the present ordinance states, it requires lighting for parking lots, building facilities, building entrances, and building exits. And they have to be artificially illuminated during the nighttime hours. However, is this lighting always a necessity if the business is closed? Or if it's a manufacturing yard, do they need to have the parking lot completely lit up if nobody's there? The other thing is that lighting intensities at ground level must be 0.3 foot candle anywhere in the area should be illuminated, and must average 0.5 over the entire area. So again, do we always need to have exterior lighting if people are not, actively working or in the general area? Regarding the next principle, that would be targeted, and the gist of this principle is that direct light have direct light so that it falls only where it is needed. Lighting is required to be full cutoff and must not by foot candles to the lot line. Additionally, lighting is not permitted to shine into adjacent properties, streets, drives, etc. The ordinance does a pretty decent job at dealing with this principle. However, we did make a couple of tweaks that will further enhance the city's or further ensure that the city's ordinance is meeting with principles of the Dark Sky International. For low level, it states that lighting shall be no brighter than necessary. The present ordinance somewhat addresses this, but they limit the lighting levels at the lot line. However, it does not address color temperature nor lumens, with the exception for ornamental uplighting, where the maximum color temperature can be 3000 Kelvin and 400 lumens. For the next one, controlled, this is very similar to the first one of useful, and I shared the exact same points as I mentioned there. And then warm colored, use warmer colored lights when possible. The present ordinance only establishes a maximum color temperature for ornamental outlighting. Does not establish it for anything else, and so it presently fails to meet this principle. Then, moving on to the proposed changes, this includes the new definitions and the changes to the temporary mobile food establishment. So you'll see that we are now, there's some new terms that we're defining, which include ambient lighting, color temperature, foot candle, fully shielded, full cutoff fixture, glare, holiday lighting, lumens, motion activated light, ornamental lighting, ornamental uplighting, seasonal lighting, sky glow, and then window outlighting. With the temporary mobile food establishments with healthcare, it's just simply is amended to require compliance with 122.609, which is the ordinance that is brought before you today. Regarding the new changes, it kind of goes a little bit out of order because I wanted to fit everything on one side and not have it awkward. So ultimately, you have 122.609A, which is the purpose, 122.609B, the applicability, C, which is the larger text, that's the light fixture specifications, and then D is the administrative requirements. Ultimately, this ordinance, once it goes into effect, is not going to require people to come into compliance right now. We know that we're going to have a lot of nonconformities. There's going to be a lot of nonconformities for years. And that's kind of one of those things that once this policy is implemented, it will slowly change over time. So let's say somebody has a light fixture and interior light fixture, and it ultimately ends up burning out or not working and they're not able to repair it. That then means that they will have to replace it with a new compliant light fixture. And then additionally, with the maximum color temperature being 3000 Kelvin, the light bulb turns out and it's brighter than 3,000 Kelvin, I have to replace the light bulb with a compliant, or with a 3,000 Kelvin, bulb. Regarding, how we would pursue enforcement, lighting's a little bit challenging to enforce because, oftentimes we're not here, when it was started. And so, it would require, kind of out of office, inspections, but ultimately, the ordinance has a caveat, not a caveat, but a specification that myself as city planner, the building department, or code enforcement, like if we make a determination that exterior light source produces glare, light trespass, or visual distraction, or otherwise poses a threat to safety or significantly impacts adjacent properties, then we would be able to pursue enforcement. And now, again, enforcement is challenging because a lot of us are not, here during the night, but at the same time, I have received numerous complaints from residents in the city, regarding really bright floodlights that are shining to their bedrooms and whatnot. And this will allow us to, pursue additional enforcement to ensure that, we don't have lights glaring over property lines, and being, and having a bunch of, inappropriate exterior lighting. Regarding the building mounted signage, the change is building mounted signs was the only, part of the ordinance that regulated sign illumination. I specifically, requested having the removal of illumination in the specifications for building mounted signs, and that's because I wanted to establish a full sign illumination ordinance that would not only address building mounted signs, but also address monument signs. And then there's just one little addition to the banner section of the building mounted signs where it says that a banner shall be considered a temporary sign. This isn't the definitions, but we wanted to include that because I've had instances where it's been somewhat confusing and residents have been like, oh, it doesn't say it can't be a permanent sign. I'm like, it does in the definitions, but it doesn't say it in the specifications for banners themselves. So that's just a small little change because we're already changing it. And then this is the proposed sign illumination. We have the applicability section, we have the general standards. It states that permanent signs may be illuminated internally or externally unless otherwise prohibited. And there are a few specifications there. One of the other things that's a little bit different is we have established or proposed hours of illumination, where essentially sign lighting is required to be turned off between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. or 1 hour after a business closes, whichever is later. And so that means that if the business is open until 3 a.m., they're not going to be required to, shut their sign off at 11 p.m. They would be able to keep it on until realistically 4 a.m. We do have the color temperature maximum for the signage as well. And then again, here's the 5 principles of responsible outdoor lighting. Looking at how the new ordinance compares to each of the principles. For useful, the ordinance proposes or establishes a maximum lighting level of 15 foot candles on site. So basically lighting cannot exceed 15 foot candles anywhere on some site. The outlining of windows with LED strip lights are not permitted, but there is an exception for seasonal lighting because, in the DDA, we like to have our poly lights competition. Poly lighting is exempted from that. It's just one of those things where it's already not permitted in the historic district. And with communication that I've had with the planning commission, they were interested in not permitting it for every property in the city. And then again, there's the sign illumination that I talked about in previous slides ago. Regarding targeted, all light fixtures, unless otherwise exempted, are required to be full cutoff, fully shielded, and directed downward. So the 2 new additions are fully shielded and directed downward. And then the wall mounted lighting cannot be aimed no higher than 45 degrees below horizontal. Regarding the low level, the proposed ordinance does limit lighting levels at the lot line. Now there is a difference with this ordinance versus the existing ordinance, because existing ordinance has a maximum foot candle level of the lot line at 0.5 foot candles. However, in our downtown, a lot of buildings are built at the lot line, and so if they have exterior lighting, they're already not gonna, it's not possible with the ordinance. And so we established a maximum footprint level of 8 for buildings that are built to the 0 lot line, and then 0.5 for the rest. And then again, all exterior lighting cannot exceed 0.5, cannot exceed 3,000 Kelvin. Regarding control, I already mentioned the 15 foot candle maximum. I already mentioned the outlining of lighting, sign illumination, lighting fixture, yeah, pretty much all that. So, the final thing is that, you know, is warm, sorry, I apologize. The final principle is warm colored. Presently, we don't have that maximum color temperature established, but now it will, all exterior lighting cannot exceed 3,000 Kelvin at the lot line, or 3,000 Kelvin in general. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to make sure I got all that information and for everybody, so.
Okay. You all right to open the public hearing before we answer questions? All right, if there are members of the audience who would like to address council on the dark sky ordinance, please raise your hand. Anybody on it? All right, so.
You, resolution number 2025-186, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider an ordinance titled dark sky compliance ordinance and be officially proposed. Nice move.
The move by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember King. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember King, I saw you here.
Thanks for the presentation, thorough. One thing I didn't hear is what kind of outreach and educational effort did we made to contractors and to building owners, homeowners, renters, everybody. 'Cause I'm envisioning these bulbs going out, and as you talked about replacing them with something that's more appropriate and that's compliant, I'd really love for our educational efforts to not take the form of a code enforcement notice.
No, that's totally understandable. I think that would be something that's wonderful for us to address. Presently, we do have fact sheets for the historic district, and we do have you know, light fixtures on our website that are compliant or that are dark sky compliant. Now, regarding the education for community, for the rest of the community regarding the proposed changes, there's not been a ton of conversation on how we're going to pursue that education, but I'm more than happy to establish, you know, establish a fact sheet for dark sky compliant lighting, you know, explaining why it's important, and also ensuring that we have it on our website, potentially creating an info webinar for our social media regarding dark sky compliance. So there are certainly things we can do, and council would like them to do additional outreach, and we're more than happy to do so.
To that point, I appreciate that. I would love for you and the department, before you come back for second reading, assuming this goes past first reading, I think it will. It should. But I would love for you to at least have some kind of an outline that really just puts in writing what you just described. I'm not expecting that you would have full documentation and plans ready, but if not, at least give us some idea of the things you're thinking about doing.
Yeah,
So sure. Contractors.
yeah, and definitely let me know if there's anything you guys think of too.
And I think we as members of council have a role to play too in helping to disseminate the information and share it with some requirements.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from council? Representative?
I've been through this presentation so many times. It's been great. It's led to good conversations in the planning commission. They've gone into a lot of detail and looked at other ordinances to comparison. And they've been very careful about the definitions contained here. There's a bit of been a great conversation, let's say that. So I appreciate the work that Josh put into this. This is mostly his work, with revisions by the planning commission. Thank you.
Oh, yes, okay. Hello. So a couple of quick questions. So I saw in this, it was talked about a foot candle.
Yes.
And I was like, what is a foot candle? Like, how bright is this room right now?
That's a really good question. I don't have a foot candle reader. I mean, I would imagine it wouldn't be more than. Yeah, I should probably know. I don't have a foot candle reader, so I'm not able to give you a definitive answer. I think that code enforcement has one upstairs, so I can definitely do a test another time and I'll let you know what the foot candle levels are in council chambers. But I do believe the lighting out there, I can't imagine that exceeding, I can't imagine that. I mean, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the foot candles would be per se, but I can't imagine that would exceed 5,000 Kelvin. And so depending on how the lighting, disperses, it like overall will impact kind of where that foot candle, ends up at.
So I guess, I mean, okay, yeah, cause it was just hard, cause it's like some of the things was like a 0.3 foot candle, and I'm like, what is that? I don't, and so, yeah, even if we look out here, like, that's pretty dim to me. But, so, anyway, I would like to be able to have more clarity about what we're talking about, Like, I feel like I need to see it, because once it goes and, people will contact us and be like, well, my decibel reader, but for life, whatever it is, right? And I'm like, I don't know. So that would be helpful, just to actually like have a sense of what we're talking about. And then I know you mentioned that, so I saw in here, I started this, that places will be non-conforming. And so that's the expectation. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of how many places would be out of compliance if this passes, like what population, what proportion, and this is not just business districts, this is just in general. So people's houses and everything too, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give you a specific number as to how many people are not gonna be in compliance. There's gonna be a substantial number of people that aren't ultimately in compliance. Especially when it comes to the light fixture itself, because if the light fixture is not fully shielded, like let's say you have a light fixture with the glass, around it, that's not a fully shielded fixture. It's directed downwards, but it's not a fully shielded fixture. And so that would be considered compliant with this ordinance. Regarding, just trying to think like other areas, like, I mean, those lights right there, even though like PTE owns the street lights, those are more than 3,000 Kelvin. So anything that's going to be brighter than a warm, like a very warm white, that is going to be non-conforming. And then like there's also like very like specific parts of the city, like whether it's like certain light poles, if they're more than 16 feet in height, those are going to be non-conforming. But that doesn't particularly mean that you like the light bulb, for example, that you have to then replace it immediately, or you're not able to maintain that non-conformity. You're allowed to maintain the non-conformity as long as it exists and is, able to work in perpetuity. It's just the moment that it doesn't work, that's when it has to make that conversion. So again, these are like, there's a lot of changes here, and the changes will be small. It's not going to be, we're not going to see things change overnight. We're talking about multiple years where it's going to take for the city to increasingly become more dark sky compliant, but it's ultimately best practice, and I think it would be good for.
And you were talking about the DTE lights, and I know this has come up, it's like, can we tell DTE, like, yo, your lights are too bright? Like, what is our recourse with DTE around the lights, like them having to change the fixtures to be covered, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I can't particularly speak on what the requirements would be for DTE and or would be.
DT would require that the city, foot the bill for any changes. We would also need to keep some on stock in case, one is hit by a car as they do.
Yeah.
So then what would that cost? What would be our, yeah,
I can, for second reading, we can bring some information on, some hard numbers for costs of conversion.
yeah, that'll be helpful because we know some of them, sometimes, we've talked about the lights, I know in the past, so that'll be helpful to know, about what that would be. And then my other question, so you were saying that this is like, kind of moving into like best practice. I was just wondering about other places we could visit, around us that have this kind of ordinance.
Ann Arbor is gonna be the best example. They probably have one of the most dark sky compliant ordinances in the state. Now keep in mind, like, I believe they also implemented these changes somewhat recently, and so, it is, it's a very, slow change that's happening there. From what I remember, Chelsea is also potentially another good community to look at. We also looked at other communities like Holland Charter Township and City of Lansing, just to kind of see what people are doing throughout the state. And so, but yeah, in terms of the closest city, Ann Arbor would be your best bet.
Thank you. Oh.
I just want to clarify, I found a site that, there's foot candles for, different uses in, open office or a conference room is about 30. That's that.
30 to 40 foot candles. So we're saying point, what was it, 3 or something?
Yeah.
Foot candles.
And I will say.
So would that mean like for people like this just shining out? Would that shine out more? Like if I'm just.
I mean, that's part of the challenge with our downtown is we have that maximum 0.5 foot candle at the lot line, except the buildings are built to the lot line, so they are already gonna be not compliant. That's why I proposed changing that to 8 foot candle, or foot candles. One of the examples I can think of, there's a property on Washtenaw where I've gotten complaints about their lighting. And I did go through and do, lighting, like light readings throughout that property itself. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I do have a screenshot of like my marked up page as to like what the lighting levels were at the time, and now they have made changes since then to come into compliance with the current ordinance. But I'd be more than happy to share like that little detail that I did, and I can also do it for a couple of other properties to provide more context as to how reading foot candles work.
Yeah, no, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Simmons, Fellows?
Yeah, I think, I just want to thank my colleagues for covering a lot of it. I'm just want to second the timeline and also the noticing of residents. I'm ultimately supportive of this for the wildlife, for us in domesticated society. And, the DT, I think my neighbor Mark forgot talking about how dark sky ordinances are liberal posturing. I understand some of that sentiment as far as like, the DTE utility poles are our biggest problem and they're omnidirectional, unhooded, and we apparently don't have as much negotiating power there. But I do think that we need to restart those conversations with DTE as we pass the dark sky ordinance so we can actually make material impact. And hopefully we'll do it, within our city materially, but affect cultural change to the charter townships as well. So I think both are important. And I also agree with checking the lighting in council chambers, because as someone that's here primarily in the evening for 6-7 hours sometimes, like it is, the color temperature is driving me nuts, and the lighting is just not great.
Great.
Councilmember King?
I know you talked about the safety concerns. While in the other commission, was it a lot of safety concerns because the skies will be a little darker?
I think there's been really concerned about that. The reason why I specifically mentioned that is because there was I can't remember which news source, but one of them, talked about a Dutch type client or the proposal when we were going through the process, and they mentioned that Ypsilanti's, streets are gonna start looking more like this, and they snap, and all the lights were out, and I was like, that's not what's happening, but people were worried that, would create unsafe conditions, but they're not proposing, eliminating all lighting, that would be crazy, so.
Thank you.
Councilman Tucson?
Yeah, a lot of my colleagues already asked some of the questions that I had concerns about, so I'd like to thank them for addressing those concerns, and I was, excuse me, I'd like to say that I'm in support of this one. Thank you.
I have just a question, just based on, like recent issues around lighting. So I know that if and when we pass this ordinance, folks who are not compliant will not be forced to come into compliance until one of the other things happens. But I'm thinking about when we talked about the standing signs, when you think about some of the signs that we see already, like the church, the school, like the WISE sign, would they technically be out of compliance with what we're proposing here now?
So the schools would definitely be non-compliant, and right now the planning commission is actually revisiting the EMB ordinance just because we received a memo from the zoning board of appeals asking to review it because there was another variance application for EMBs. With that said, if the planning commission ultimately decides to move forward with proposing language, there are going to be a few changes to the EMB ordinance to make them more dark sky compliant. EMBs are ultimately not inherently dark sky compliant, but like we do have regulations already, like they must be shut off at 9 p.m. So that definitely makes a big difference.
Thank you. Yeah, that was an issue recently, so. Okay. Further questions, discussion, council on the ordinance? Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Sorry.
More information.
Yes, thank you. And Janet, please follow.
Councilmember Simmons. Yes. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yep.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. We'll see that for second reading. Councilmember Tucson, you have the 3 resolutions that create our consent agenda. Speak topics.
Indeed, so this is the consent agenda, that includes the September 9th, 2025 regular city council meeting minutes, as well as the September 12th, 2025 special work session, minutes. Also, ordinance number 1452, entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 50, fire prevention and protection, article 2, fire prevention code. And finally, the resolution for municipal employees retirement system of Michigan. Yeah, that's okay. I so move those meetings.
Then moved and supported.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Consent agenda is approved.
And I just want to note again that Councilmember Simmons has some updates that she would say.
You already did.
Oh, okay, great.
So do I sign each of these?
Yeah, we have it. Thank you. All right. Next, keeping it up, letter N. Let's now move to the top of our resolutions, motions, and discussion. So we are at the hearing review. Requested by Lloyd.
So you do have the process as well as the ongoing disciplinary action information in front of you in case it is.
Okay. Okay. So I am to preside over this hearing. just want to state this policy was created in 1999. It's never been used before. And so bear with me as I am like literally reading this to make sure that things go smoothly. The hearing will go as such. So the employee will begin the hearing by presenting a summary of the reasons and grounds for the request for the review. Next, the city representative, who will be our city manager, will provide an explanation of the basis for the action taken. There will be an opportunity for rebuttal from the employee and an opportunity for city response. The time frame outlined in the policy gives 20 minutes for the first statement, 20 minutes for the city's response, 10 minutes for the rebuttal, 10 minutes for city response. You may use all of that time, you may not. And then there's no time limit on questions from council, and if we want to extend it, we can do that. I'm not gonna read all the rest of these steps, but I am going to be following. Again, there'll be no witnesses testifying here. And again, questions from council members. We are free to ask questions of the employee or the city representative, which would be the city manager. Following that, I'll talk about that once we get, I guess, to that point, that getting all this information up front. And so, good evening, Lori. Welcome. And you'll have 1 or 2 minutes if you would like to use it, setting a timer. Thank you. If you don't have to use all 20, so.
I will be. I will be. I'm actually not sure exactly why I'm here. I feel almost like this is a victim statement more so than anything else. I know that the public isn't aware of the documents that I gave you guys. I know it was tedious, I know it was detailed, I apologize, I have detailed, I've heard about it. I, took 140 documents and tried to narrow it down so that you guys could get a picture of something. But not. Picture I wanted you to see was the administration we have with the city clerk. I didn't think that you guys would reconsider hiring me. I didn't come here for that. I wanted you guys to be aware of what we have in our city that's leading the charge for us, supposedly the face of the city clerk's office. I followed the procedures in the book. I opened the handbook, I went through and I did everything, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times. I'm not sure the breakdown because I have a lot of admiration and respect for the city manager. And so I still don't know what happened because I never got any feedback. I'm thinking that maybe there's a reputation that was ruined, a trust that was ruined, so that no one was coming to me and telling me what's going on. I'm not really sure. But I'm definitely not gonna sit here for 20 minutes and tell you guys that. I gave you guys a huge packet. I told you about the FOIA request and how to get one. I'm open to anyone contacting me going, Lori, and here you set a date. Can you give me a better idea of the email name so that I can look that up? Everything's available by FOIA. This was public record. Okay, just because we don't know how to do the FOIA doesn't mean we can't get that information. I'm open to helping. But that was my only reason for being here. I'm not gonna defend myself for wanting to become a notary so that I can help our customers, our people that come right here. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if you know, we charge $10 for someone to come here. At the bank, you can get it for $3. So we tell people to go to the bank. What's that about? It's like really some crazy stuff. And there's no way to report it to you guys. There's no safe way to report it to you guys. And I don't understand that. I'm not allowed to come to public comment. I'm not allowed to say, hey, something doesn't look right. I'm not here to bash the city that I love. I'm from here. And I'm not here to try to make the city look bad because every person up here I trust and believe in. That's not even a question. And so I'm bringing to you my concern that it's not been addressed for over 1.5 years. And I don't understand what happened, but I'm here to say, you guys need to do something about it. And that's all I have to say about it. And I'm gonna leave because this is bad for my health. This is like, I'm having heart palpitations. I do want to say one thing. I contacted the city clerk and city manager on Sunday when my family member died. And I told them that I was driving because I had to leave for my elderly mother to get there for her person that had died. And I drove 15 hours straight to get there and get her and take her to his body in Mobile, Alabama, telling her the whole time. She's writing my disciplinary letter saying that I'm asking to become a notary. It's crazy. It's beyond belief. I didn't anticipate anybody at public comment to mention me. And I was really touched. I was touched even by Cherry Lincoln, who I also have respect for, that she has such a voice. I don't think I agree with her opinion of me, but I don't agree with Corn either. But that's okay. And that's all I'm gonna say about it. I'm leaving with my child. If you guys want to know anything else, y'all can contact me. This wasn't about me. Okay?
Thank you, Lori. I just want to say the reason why you were invited is because of the policy, when you asked for the hearing. Okay. That.
I realize that, but I don't understand why I'm held to a policy when I went through the handbook over and over and over again, and no one did the handbook for me. That's, I don't understand this. I asked for reasonable accommodations for having a hearing disorder. Nothing happened. Why is the TV with the, for people who to read it, based the way it is that I can't even read it? I'm concerned that you guys think I'm staring at you as I'm trying to read it. It's like there's something's off. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm done. I'm done. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next then it'll be city manager for the city's response.
I also will not be taking the entire 20 minutes. This is an uncomfortable situation. No one wants to be here in an open session to discuss these things. It's when someone's terminated, it's a very, very difficult decision to make. The humanity in it, it's not easy for anyone. This hearing is to review whether the termination was justified and whether the employee was provided an opportunity to improve. And that's what I will be talking about. To summarize, what I'm going to go into is repeated insubordination, poor time management, workplace disruption, and failure to follow directives. Documented issues. So time management and task performance. I wanted to put as few documents in the packet as possible, so I only included 3 spreadsheets that included the reports that it was making. 2 of them are the same, but the second one was an outline of what the clerk had asked Lord Thomas to do. In that packet, when we look at time management, it says the HRC packet on page 147 took 4 hours and 45 minutes to do. When I used to do that, the amount of time it took me to do an HRC packet was 15 minutes. In terms of meeting minutes, again, an excessively long time compared to what a 15-minute norm would be. The claim was made that it takes an hour start time. It takes about 15 minutes to set up for a meeting. I've received complaints from other staff members about Lori's conduct in the Administrative Hearings Bureau. She would interject herself into cases. And ultimately I had to remove her as the HP clerk, and another employee took that position. In terms of records retention, there was, and this was actually brought up in the statement of fact when there's a claim of whistleblowing. Council approved the use of an outside individual who is related to the city clerk to work for elections. That person stayed on for 2 extra weeks simply because we had to clean out the basement of old documents. And then deputy clerk would go through and list things for destruction when they were permanent. If that were to happen, the city would be liable. There could be fines. There could be jail time. There could be cases filed for failure to follow FOIA law. So those, just a few of those are class 1E issues. And in the packet, that I provided, you can look over when you have a moment to see what those would be, or the discipline for that would be. Inappropriate monitoring of colleagues. This is another issue that Lori brought up as a whistleblowing. Lori took it upon herself, as it's also listed in those documents, to circumvent her superior and tell of when other employees are away from their desks or they had to leave early. This is outside her scope of work. She should have followed normal processes if she had concerns. This could actually be categorized as a class 4 issue in terms of falsifying a time card. So that would be instant termination.
Can you clarify that one more time? Can you repeat that last one more time?
So one of the issues that was claimed to be whistleblowing is that when a person would leave their desk, or say the clerk was working from home on a day, Lori would circumvent her superiors, go to payroll, and inform them that this person's away from their desk. And it's actually listed on those documents provided, where careful notes were taken for when people were not at their desk, when they would take a doctor's note, when they take a day off. That is not something you need to do if you're trying to explain how long and what you're doing. The reports themselves were incredibly detailed and did not actually get to the point of what they were requested for. Again, I provided the emails that the clerk sent to the deputy clerk informing her that this was not what she wanted. So that's another area, and that could be looked at as a class 3 insubordination, because the employee refused or didn't understand or didn't ask for clarity on it, and not do the report as asked. So essentially, the time theft is she was going above supervisors, telling payroll that this person would have worked these hours, and then payroll would then contact that employee, provide them a time off slip, and say you need to submit this. So that is why I'm saying it's a form of wage theft. This was always, again, we had to go around with payroll and say that she cannot report anything. Again.
And I'm sorry, I just need clarity.
Sure.
So payroll thought that the deputy clerk had that, like she could do that.
Yes, and that needed to be corrected.
Well, since, as I was reading it, it seemed that that was happening when she was acting clerk. Is that within the purview of what the clerk would do?
No, I'm not. I don't understand why she would be acting clerk.
Because if the clerk isn't here.
That's incorrect. The clerk would actually have to be ill, completely out of commission, out of the state. She would still be the clerk, so that would still need to go through her. And if you're working from home, you're definitely still in business mode. So that was not while Tracy was out of the office and this was acting clerk. That's a different thing.
That clarity is helpful. That was one of my questions. I'm just wondering, to me, it seems that she thinks that that would have been within her duties. So I'm just naming that was happening when I think that she thought that she was supposed to be. And that could be a misunderstanding of roles, for sure.
This was actually outlined in what I was provided, or what she provided, and Tracy provided her, was telling her, this is not within your scope. You do not need to do this, yet it continued.
I just want to clarify a process here. We're getting a lot of questions, versus the statements that are questions.
Well, it's a while.
Alright.
Yeah.
I guess I can offer a different opinion of taking those notes in terms of keeping track of who's there. If there's a limited number of people in that office and how people are missing, and there's one person there to do that, then I can't speak, but I read it and I went, oh, they're not there, so you're the one person in the office, or there's two other people, you're covering for other people while you're there.
And that could be interpreted as the reason why they're detailed there. That is not something that was requested to have done by the clerk after the suspension. So the fact that she went around superiors and told not even the finance director, but payroll themselves. And then payroll sent a time off slip to either Tracy or another member in the office who Lori has had issues with.
I just want to clarify that questions are allowed to be asked freely from council members during the presentations and then after the close of the hearing as well. So we're on the rules.
Okay. This is going to workplace conduct. And an employee provided then Deputy Clerk Thomas flowers. Another member of the clerk treasury staff has an allergy to those flowers. That employee, if she doesn't feel comfortable bringing things up to Lori because of history that they have had. That person contacted the clerk and indicated that she needed to leave because of the headache that the flowers were causing. The clerk requested that she contacted HR, and HR told her okay, and she had some time to flex, so she wasn't missing any hours. And again, Lori contacted payroll, maybe not directly saying that that person wasn't here, but implying that they left early for no reason. So that's another, go ahead.
Anybody ask Lori for the flower? Simple.
Sure. And given past practice or this relationship was. It was a little bit trouble. This employee, prior to the clerk being hired, Lori requested that she have a commendation. After Tracy was hired, that relationship began to disintegrate. I don't know why, but that's about the time that happened.
But I think the question was, did anyone else, once they knew that that employee was allergic, ask the board to move the flowers? Like the clerk or?
The clerk, I believe the clerk was working from home that day, was following a council meeting. There was an HR meeting with the employee, and her voice became so elevated that people on the fourth floor poked their heads out to see what was going on. That in itself, as you're making employees feel uncomfortable, maybe afraid, I don't know their state of mind.
I'm sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Sure.
That you're saying that on this floor.
No, on the fourth floor, she was meeting with HR.
Wow.
And her voice became elevated to the point that other members on that floor, you poked their head up to see what was going on.
And you mentioned that they were uncomfortable, but you didn't know their state of mind. Did they verbalize to you that they were uncomfortable?
No, not specifically to me.
So I just wanna, are we assuming that they were uncomfortable? Is that?
When they poke their heads out,
Yeah.
it's an alarming thing. So it's really, you don't want your employees shouting to the point that people are poking their heads out.
Okay.
Okay, going to election duties and ineffectiveness. Lori's been with the clerk's office for about 1.5 years. The deputy clerk in the job description is to plan and supervise the conduct of the election. Lori never gained the skills to do this. So when I was in the clerk department, we only hired outside contracted election assistants once. And that's because I was in the clerk role and the city manager role. Those individuals have a specific, they're not just, hey, come and stuff ballots. They're QBF certified and they understand elections. Those people get paid, when I was doing it, was $35 to $40 an hour. When Tracy's daughter was here, she was getting paid $28 an hour. So it was much cheaper, and if Lori had the skills that she should have by that time in her appointment, there should have been no need to have contract employees. So it's just interesting where, again, another whistleblowing event is talking about petition signatures when the deputy clerk should be certifying those signatures. That should be on the deputy clerk to do that. But when Tracy would ask the deputy clerk to do that, she would say, I don't have time, or I'm not able to do that. So again, it goes to job performance. And then it also goes to insubordination, because you're essentially telling your supervisor, no, I'm not going to do that.
So, I'm sorry. Thanks. So were you just giving two different things there? Just I want to.
Correct.
So you were saying one, that when we brought on the contract person for the election, that was due to our deputy clerk not having the skills that they would have performed.
Correct.
And in the documents, it said that she hadn't gotten trained in that. Or is there more?
She went to the Clerk Institute twice. She had other training in QVF and other things. When she was asked to help testing, she began, but then just walked away from it. So the person also has to have the desire to learn. And this, when I get to my closing remarks, which I'm getting there pretty close, I'm going to bring up that prior to Tracy being hired, Lori had a very different attitude. She had some great ideas about things for Black History Month. She had a lot of energy and she was really looking forward to working. Once Tracy became clerk, often when Tracy would request that Lori do something, she would say, that's the clerk's job. And I assume she's referencing that in the ordinance, it says will be the secretary will be the clerk. But what that means is clerk department. The deputy clerk should be able to do every single thing that the clerk can do. And when given direction, she would just say, no, that's the clerk job. So that's another thing that's going to insubordination.
Okay, I'm sorry. This was, so that you said that one thing was that, and then the other thing was the certifying the signature. So that was when,
that was with the FC Big.
So yeah, so pulling those things forward. So you're saying that, yes, that those things were late and everything like that, but that you're meaning that the deputy clerk did not follow direction to do some of that work, so it could have been done on time.
Correct, and it was done on time per state statute. They were certified within enough time, but Tracy was unable to get help from Lori to do that. And then Lori then used that as a whistleblowing event. But if that was an issue, the clerk department should have been doing that. And the deputy is the person that would certify signatures.
And when you say whistleblowing event, are you saying that so I'm guessing that there is a formal process for whistleblowing?
She sent an email. There was no real formal process.
Well, I guess so. Is there a formal process with the city for whistleblowing, or is it the sharing of the information to the city manager or a superior?
Sure, it would be sharing it with the superior and then the city manager, and then they would review that.
And so for each of these things that you're calling whistleblowing events, were they then reviewed at those times?
When times that, Lori would inform payroll about that, I had no idea that that was happening until it was brought to my attention. So I had no idea that that was even considered a whistleblowing event. So,
Who
and
was considering a whistleblowing event? Can you clarify that?
yes.
Was it
it's-
reported?
It was in her statements.
So you're saying that based on this, not based on something that was happening at those times?
Correct. So that's the statement list and the accusation that this is retaliatory. I'm just showing that is incorrect.
So just to clarify, you said that's the clerk's job. You never heard her say that?
That was reported to me by Tracy.
So this is hearsay.
Well, this is
She said.
per
she said.
the policy. I have to do it.
No, I understand,
But yes.
At the same time, there's a room over there that nobody knows what went on except for the people in it.
Correct. And typically, a person superior will provide the discipline. So. Yes, I cannot say for certain that this happened, but this is the process that we have.
Which is why this process is strange to me.
Yes.
Because you don't oversee the clerk's department.
Correct.
And you're having to report out to us on this. I wanna make that super clear.
Yeah.
But I know you're getting to your closing, but I wanna ask a question.
Sure.
Maybe it may be included. I am curious about the progressive discipline and like what the dates for that were.
So I don't have that offhand. I believe there was a verbal warning. I don't recall when that was. Then there was in May was a 5-day suspension for a class 3 offense. There was actually 2 class 3 offenses that occurred at that time. So at that time, she could have been terminated, but Tracy wanted to allow her to come back and try to improve on these things, but then that behavior continued, which led to a second class 3 offense, which following the 5-day suspension would be termination.
So that's my question. When I looked at the process for progressive discipline, there's a verbal, there's a written, then if there's another offense, there would be suspension, then after that, it could be termination. But I guess I didn't see where like, let's say, 2 class 3s at one time could be automatically a suspension. That is in there.
So that is included in that, correct? And the discipline for each class is listed in that packet that I gave you.
Fair person?
Yeah, while we're asking questions, I look at the DA disciplinary action letter for the first thing. In which the violations were not supported by any narrative. You mentioned that in your own email to Lori. And then there was, none of the narrative matched the details or even the severity of the violation. So while I realized that those were there was no information provided in our packet about timing of a verbal warning. This came up, poor documentation, there was a suspension because of that. Which seems like a violation of the policy. There's no justification for any of that in there, and so a suspension was implemented without even the correct documentation for it.
Correct, and that was updated. I requested for it to be updated. Then during I believe the June 2nd, June 4th city council meeting, I received an email, as did the city attorney and HR director, retracting the complaint about the termination. So at that time, all investigation about that, she retracted that request. And that is an email that I can also share. But it is, and I'm definitely willing to do that. But yes, so she retracted her investigation of that complaint regarding the first suspension. At that time, that investigation ceased. I requested Tracy provide an updated narrative, and that's something that I can provide to council as well. Prior to.
So if I'm hearing correctly, you can correct me. Lori had asked for an investigation of that discipline. And then on June 4th, sent an email retracting that saying, never mind.
Correct.
Okay.
So who was investigating?
So yeah, what was,
The investigation, she made claims of bullying and that this suspension wasn't done in an appropriate manner. And that's where my letter to Lori was indicating, yes, this doesn't look like it matches up. This process here, you haven't been terminated, so it's really not relevant. And then.
And these are the things that have the parts around the poor hygiene personnel.
Correct, those were.
Those things were
It should have been,
abusive language.
I think, and it would be 3A, I believe, or 3.
Okay.
3E, that's correct. On September 23rd, I received this email. I withdraw my request. I don't see any good from these exchanges at this point, physically and emotionally. I received my limits and I am required to be here tomorrow at 8 AM. I also had, because this was a late night, it was our second budget reading, so I had Tracy reach out. She was at a conference to say, hey, you can work from home today. But Lori still came in that day.
What day was that?
That would have been. June 3rd.
and we can continue and sign.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Pretty much. I've said everything I wanted to, but in closing, we've gone over the whistleblowing. But these issues, the whistleblowing is not accurate. The record demonstrates a pattern of insubordination, disruption, refusal to follow directives, and inability to meet the expectation of her role. You know, ultimately, when she was not selected for the clerk position, her attitude, cooperation deteriorated. Rather than supporting teamwork, she undermined it. Her actions reflected not bullying against her, but bullying by her. It's unfortunate to state these in a public forum. But Lori was terminated because she consistently failed to meet the expectations of the position. Yeah. The rest I've already said.
So this would be the opportunity for the employee rebuttal. And so, and do you have anything further?
Sure, I just want to say that I wish that this did not happen in open session. That's not appropriate for sitting at the dais. I did not want to say these things publicly. I wish I hadn't had to. But this was the process, and I had to follow the process.
And just for the good of the public, employee can request it to be in closed session or have it be open, and if it's requested to be open, or not requested to be in closed sessions, that means it will have to be open. Which is why we're having this discussion here, which is very unfortunate and very uncomfortable. I will open the floor for questions, and discussion from council. Councilman King.
I do have a few questions. You mentioned, the deputy clerk was going to HR and talk about other people's time. And then later you said it wasn't brought to your attention at that time. I'm wondering, when was it brought to your attention?
So she was going to payroll, not HR.
Okay.
When I believe when she was suspended, she was discussing this with HR, and that's when she had the elevated voice. That was distracting, disruptive.
When Councilmember Simmons had talked about the whistleblowing, you said that initially wasn't brought to your attention. So I guess I'm just wondering, when was that information?
I didn't know about that until the suspension.
And that was in June?
May.
In May. You know, another question that I have for me is, when we hired, I don't want to say Tracy's daughter, but I don't know her name, but when we hired her, I feel like, why weren't we told the information like, hey, this is the responsibility of the deputy clerk, but she doesn't have that training, or I don't know, I feel like part of me wants to know that answer.
Sure, she wasn't actually. We wanted to assist her in becoming better for the job, so we didn't want to publicly call her out that we needed to do this in order to bridge that gap for the presidential general election. So as we still had faith that she could grow as a deputy clerk and be a valuable asset to the city.
Okay, that's all for right now.
Yeah, my first set of questions would be about the suspension. So the document that was submitted for, reasons for the suspension was completely, lacking in accuracy. Had a narrative that didn't fit the charges, but yet that was used, and the severity of those charges was significant, so that was used for a suspension. So based on the inaccurate document that was used as the basis of that suspension, the suspension seems unwarranted. And so if you're gonna suspend somebody, you better have your documentation intact. It's supposed to be a progressive thing. There's no record of verbal warning anywhere. In the document, the document is poorly put together and inaccurate. So how can that be used? What check and balance is in place for that not to happen? Because based on the face of that document, that was not warranted.
So again, I wasn't there for this, but when that was brought to others, HR and Tracy's attention, they provided, I don't know when exactly, I can't speak to that, they were provided an updated complaint for the suspension. And then also, when she requested that we examine the complaint, and if it was proper, then if there was anything indicating that she shouldn't have been suspended, then we would have had to go through and pay her for the suspended days. But she rescinded that request. So by rescinding it, you're saying, okay, I was suspended.
I'm talking about beforehand. How is it that somebody can be suspended with inaccurate information being provided for the basis of the suspension? What role does HR have in checking to make sure that all of the policies have been adhered to? Verbal warning, they have the progressive disciplinary action. And where's that documentation?
So Tracy was provided a document from HR that was outdated. That's why the numbering is incorrect. And that was noticed. They were to update the complaint and then provide it to Lori.
But, so HR gave Tracy incorrect information that Tracy then you're saying used to complete the discipline.
Sure, the lettering was incorrect.
But it
So
seemed
that
like the,
Oh, good.
I was gonna say, but it seemed like it wasn't just it seemed like the actual things that were being charged were incorrect.
Things that were being charged were incorrect. The numbering was incorrect. If you look at what the complaint stated that she was alleging, and the numbering was, or not the numbering, but the lettering was incorrect. Instead of E, I believe it was an F. So it had some incorrect numbering, but the actual conduct was correct.
But this is a public document that is part of the charter that it's not a handbook.
No, this is the handbook.
Yeah,
This is not the charter.
Yeah. So that's an issue for me, number one, like, I know, again, we're here on the employee's request, but in terms of that type of misstep from HR, like, that's problematic.
No argument.
Alright, so I'm wondering what has been done about that. Now,
HR
the documentation is updated,
Yes.
I don't want nobody makes this, anything like that, but are those things corrected so that folks need it?
Yes.
Get that.
They are correct.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get to. I know we can't, so, all right, Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, I feel like I had more questions, but I don't know that we need to go through all of them, but one thing, one question I do have just in general about this process, is kind of what are the options? So, we go through this process, what do we have, like, what is it that we're determining? If we were to find like, hey, yeah, this wasn't right, is it reinstatement? Is it, paying back for the lost wages and time from the suspension or whatnot, a formal process with our clerk? Like, what would come, I just wanna know, like, what is the range of what it is that will come out of this?
That's outlined in the processes.
So it
For
says,
some reason mine's not.
yeah, it says that, these guidelines are not intended to change the employment at will status of the city's regular.
Oh, I
full-time,
see.
Regular part-time, probationary, non-union, but rather to provide such employees with a final opportunity for review of the city's decision when their employment has been terminated. The decision of the city council on a request for review shall be final and binding, and said decision will not be appealed in any form.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like within this process, we could find differently than what we.
Yes.
And so then that would be how they would pursue, so it is that, so we could. Okay, I'm just trying, because I just wanna know in general, to have the understanding. So the council could review it and then. Okay.
Because it does say that we make a decision within 10 days and the disposition of the request for review. And then any appropriate action directed by the council regarding the matter, and it's not clear here what that direction is allowed to be.
Yeah.
That is true.
Being this is the first time for anybody interpreting this policy.
Right.
Review means I want you to review my the decision to separate my employment, determine whether circumstances justify it. There seems to be a little bit of back and forth posturing by the former employee to say, I just want you to know what's going on. I don't really want my job back. That's something that's to be weighed. But at the end of the day, I think review of a decision. There are a lot of other factors that went into that review. Mayor Pro Tem has brought up the issue of progressive discipline under our city handbook. Progressive discipline is now mandated. It's discretionary. Right? So there are circumstances that even a petty offense in the eyes of one might not be a petty offense in the eyes of another, and circumstances might warrant a suspension. I understand listening here. But it's investigation of that or the request for a city manager to do that was drawn. But never mind, I think it's the mayor put it. So we have kind of a confusing process in and of itself, and kind of a confusing approach being taken by the employee to that process, where there seems to be some more of it's the word is confusion.
So this process is for, I'm sorry, is for us to determine if we agree with it or not to make a change to the decision that was already made. Is that for clarity? I think we want to understand that.
I mean, I'm looking at this now, I'm looking at number A, which is part of the probation, because it says all new and rehired, and it basically is saying that they would be placed within a probationary period.
But she wasn't probationary, she was regular full-time. So she'd be like.
Yeah, should be B.
Well, but then what is I'm saying it because rehired, and it's also put again in parentheses. To me, rehired is different, and I think it's kind of like, to me, I'm saying this is the review and finality of decision, that's what this is under.
So the probationary employee is defined in the handbook And it is, you are a probationary employee the first 3 months of your employment. Oh, no, that's right, it is 6 months from now. So it would be 6 months. So then if you're rehired, you are now a probationary employee again for 6 months.
So if you left in return, basically, you get to be a probationary person again.
Yes.
But what we're discussing right now is someone who is a regular full-time employee.
Yep.
Question for, section 6, letter E, the decision of the city council on a request for review shall be final and binding. Said decision may not be appealed in any form. Does that mean, I realize there's no other form than city structure, but does that include, court? So if somebody chose to sue regardless of our determination.
Lawyer's favorite answer to such questions is depends.
Friends.
I don't think there's any preclusion to a court proceeding, whether it has merit will depend on the allegations of what applies to the.
Councilmember Fellows.
Just to add on to that, I mean, it's relevant in that the form deputy clerk's claim is termination based on discriminatory action, so still worth it to figure out steps for understanding what this process is and how it could be referred to in court proceeding.
How this process could be referred to in a court proceeding, well, it's an administrative remedy that law is generally speaking going to require an employee who is aggrieved by an adverse employment action to exhaust administrative remedies as a precursor to or prerequisite to filing a lawsuit. I don't know entirely this what the information is.
So I guess this goes back, so I guess this is just like, I'm wondering, so I know we've gone through, there's this process, I'm just wondering too, so, what action do we need to take? Like, is there an action we need to take? Not, is there like a vote or anything, or is it just a closing of the hearing?
So, just to keep us, following the presentation of the request for review and the conclusion, we shall deliberate and this decision shall be issued either verbally or in writing within 10 days. So we should deliberate and make a decision within.
Right now,
In 10 days.
I thought that's what we were doing now.
Right. So we could make a decision.
So basically, so we do need to have like some kind of vote or something to either accept or,
Right.
So is it on, like, I'm just thinking about like, how would it be? Is it to deny the claim or is it to accept the termination? That makes sense.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Now, are we denying the request for like the validity of the review, or are we saying we affirm that we stand behind the dismissal?
Well, there's a lot of different ways to look at that. You can do the old replay booth analogy from football. It's overturned, it's stands as called before sufficient evidence to turn the point on the field. And so I suppose that's the way to do it. It's the best analogy I can think of.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Those
are challenging to play,
Especially after our Lions seem to have improved over week one.
Indeed.
At any rate. So with that being said, I think other odd provision of this policy and goes back quite a ways, is the decision that has to be rendered within 10 days. And so if it's not rendered today, it can't be rendered absent a special meeting.
Right.
Because the deliberation, in my view, would have to be in a public forum. Because
Right.
Yeah, it does say here, the decision shall state the disposition of the request for review. And then any appropriate action that be direct regarding that.
So let's render this decision tonight then, so we don't have to
Yes.
reconvene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so.
Yeah, there's so much information that
Agreed.
isn't put together in a coherent manner. In this thing, there's claims by the clerk, there's claims by the deputy clerk that haven't been substantiated. I don't think we have all the information.
Does 10 days include weekends?
Calendar days.
Because if it's not, then the 7th would be the 10th day. You
Well-
don't include the weekend. If I get,
Doesn't indicate business days or not.
so the 7th would be 10 days. If we do not include the weekend, if we only count business days, understand that.
So we could review all this,
And then have another discussion on the 7th.
and then make our decision then.
Yeah, and there would be no. Action required because it would be within the 10 days.
The city attorney's nodding his head. Are we good with that?
I will say this policy was created to address the provisions of section 404 of the charter. Charter does not say, and I'm not aware of an ordinance as I'm sitting here off the head. That these practices are mandatory under the charter or ordinance, but perhaps merely by a resolution that adopted them at some point in 1999. So I suppose that, subject to challenge, I suppose, too, perhaps, but I suppose this body can make a determination that, it will interpret this as 10 business days and approve for discussion at the next council meeting to further deliberate, or that it is not concluded its review of the matter and table it for further review at the next city council meeting, which would, I would argue, not trigger that 10 days beginning yet.
Come on.
So you can make a decision today, or you can make a decision if you want to interpret it as 10 business days. As a matter of course, because this body adopted these policies. It can,
1999's body.
not the composition of the body. But, so I could suggest that it has the ability to interpret that in that way by vote, acknowledge that. Or it can make a decision to, table until the next regular scheduled city council meeting, further discussion.
Councilmember Simmons?
So, I mean, I'll probably at least do that, but I guess I just wonder about the holding it forward. This seems like it's already been kind of a long process. It also sounds like it's caused distress with our previous deputy clerk. And so sometimes I think resolution is the first step to healing. And so in that way, I mean, I personally I'm not really in favor of extending time. But if that's where people are, then I'd like us to move toward that. So we can, because we're gonna need to extend our time.
Oh, I had 10 minutes somehow. 9:30. So, Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, the city attorney gave us too many options.
Yes.
I agree with Councilmember Simmons that I don't want to drag this out too long, but I'm also, I'm also hearing that some members of the council are not feeling ready tonight, and honestly, I felt as far as the amount of information, all the emails that were coming in today, it wasn't sufficient timing for me to really understand everything that's going on. And for the good of the public, you should know there is a basically impact statement from the former deputy clerk that's gonna be in the agenda tomorrow, so it'll be public. It is 7 pages.
And so I would advocate and, that we make our decision at the next meeting and not, table this whole process again until the next meeting. So Councilman McLean, I think has a motion for that.
If it pleases the body and it pleases the city attorney, I'm here to well. If it meets with,
Obviously.
if it meets with your legal approval, I would propose that I would move the following. To clarify the policy requiring a decision within 10 days be defined as 10 business days.
Second.
And I was so moved.
All right, so moved by Councilor McLean, supported by Councilor Fellows. Any discussion on that?
So in this, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was hoping to say before that, but I would agree with that assessment. I will not be here at the next meeting. And so my preference would be to have a special, I don't think this should have been part of this meeting. This should have been a separate hearing beforehand with all the documentation portion of it. But, you know, I don't think I've had time to digest any, enough of this stuff to understand. There's claims, there's counterclaims, that there's a whole different narrative from the deputy clerk that wasn't here. That's unfortunate. But I appreciate the stress, right? So if a decision gets made now or at the next meeting, yeah, that's. We had special meetings for something far less, gravity.
Councilor Simmons?
The only thing I would say is that what's likely is if we have a special meeting, then any one of us on this body may not be available.
Right.
It's probably more likely that someone on the body is not gonna be available for a special meeting within the next, 2 weeks, so.
Right.
I mean. Yeah, so anyway, that kind of puts me, to me, that lifts up again, that if, I wonder from other people, like whether other people, where folks are about deciding now, so we can move on with the rest of our agenda. Or waiting, but Pro Tem won't be available then either, so his vote would probably be the same.
Right.
Councilman Fellows? Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. I just wanna say that, not that one, employee, that's filing, allegations of discrimination is not very important, it is. But we have very important things to attend to that we have not spent nearly this much time on. I can think of so many things in the past where we could have had at least as much time of hearing the deliberation and we just don't. And so I think I do not, I want us to move on and make a decision about how we're gonna, conclude this process. I don't wanna call the question, but I do want to see if we can, vote on this motion that's on the floor. We do have a motion on the floor. So the discussion on the motion that Councilman McLean and Councilman Fellows put forward. Councilman McLean.
I'd simply note that the wording of this resolution, this motion, gives us a little bit more flexibility. It would not preclude us from still taking action tonight, so that I still fall within the 10 days.
We just changed the language here to say business days, so that we have that. Councilor King.
I just wanna say I am comfortable making a decision at the next.
Likewise.
Please call the roll on the motion.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so we're still on the review. We didn't have, okay, Councilman Simmons.
I'm sorry,
No, you're fine.
jumping, cause it's like already,
Yeah.
so then are we moving the table? Is that what people wanna do? I move to table it to the next
Well,
meeting?
no, the language is changing to give us 10 business days to review it, so it just needs to, I can say, bring this back, right? Discussion on the agenda for the October 7th meeting. On the review of the review, I don't know what the words would be, but it's just bring it.
So you're saying we don't need to table it?
No.
The policy was just updated to clarify.
Call Karen.
Close discussion.
Yeah, so we can just close the
Deliberation on the question.
So everybody.
Can I just move then to extend the meeting until
Yeah, please do.
11:30?
Oh,
Support.
support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before I move on, I just have one additional thing to say about this. This needs to come to us different. This gotta go. This process, because it doesn't make sense to me. This is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever done in terms of with employees at the city. And even in the discussion, what did we come to in this moment other than waiting 10 days to talk more about it? Making someone more uncomfortable, make a lot of people more uncomfortable, right? So I know it's a part of charter for section 404. We need to look at this and figure out what are other communities doing when they have issues like this. All right, then bring us something, please, at my request, because this, we can't.
Well, it does put the council in an uncomfortable position of being a decision maker with regard to administrative personnel matters, which is unique.
It's outside of our purview.
So.
We only supervise the clerk, the city manager, and the city attorney. So I don't know why we're involved in this, honestly, but.
Good, just. You are supervision.
Well, no, I mean, like in open, the way it's written, in open session where it's not required for us to go into sessions, we have a dialogue. But this is not anything like anything we do. If we do employee reviews, it does not happen this way.
Only because they requested.
Only because they carried.
I guess I just have a quick question. Depending on what our decision is, if we currently have someone in that deputy clerk position, what would happen with that?
No, nothing, we're not changing.
Nothing.
Yeah, we're not changing.
Nothing changes.
Because we're not changing the decision, right? Like,
Just saying we agree or we don't, with what was done. Right?
right.
Is that correct? I just want clear. We are only saying we agree or disagree. That is our vote.
That's what that's what it says.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is stressful.
It wasn't like yes, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what it says. What do we think about it, basically? That's another thing.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm agreeing with you. I understand this muddled mess properly. But I think it's highly appropriate, whether it's internal or whether it's open meeting or closed meeting. It represents a strange layer of micromanagement over someone that we have ourselves appointed. I find it highly appropriate. If anybody else knows of any other city that does this, we're really interested to hear how that works out. Because it just makes, the whole process makes zero sense to me. And I dare say we should change it as fun.
I guess to clarify my point is that this applies to us because we oversee the clerk and city manager, but if this is for any employee, so if it were all the way down into the weeds, we would be overseeing all, I don't know, I just think that it's strange.
It's for any non-union.
Or non-union folks, right? I think that's strange, but.
While I was trying to go through all of this, I kept thinking back to my proposition of having personnel committee of this, and this would have been a reasonable thing to have in terms of redefining this. And moving to improve our HR service. Which seems to be lacking in terms of this, if we had nothing against the current HR staff, but somebody with more experience would have to do this differently.
So the city has contracted with Amy Sell through Yo and Yo now. And we are probably going to have them review our non-union handbook. Because there is a lot needing to be changed. So, and also in terms of this situation, we've had this company review other disciplinary actions, do investigations, and it's proven to be useful.
Well, thank you.
Would they have been the entity to do the investigation that was then rescinded?
So yeah, I would imagine that company, we would have asked for them to assist us with this process.
Alright, I will now officially call the hearing closed.
Thank you.
Say one thing.
Sure.
Again, I just want to reiterate that I wish this wasn't done in open session. I really like Lori. I did not want to say any of these things publicly. And for all of press friends out there, I won't be commenting on this.
Councilman Fellows?
The former deputy clerk did request it to be a public hearing, and I'm gonna save my comments about transparency for the next meeting, but that was a very strong request.
Alright, Councilman McLean, you have resolution 189.
Brought by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the following non-resident be appointed to the city of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Elizabeth Jacobson, the Ann Arbor FC Smart Zone Board with an expiration date of 06/30/2029.
Support.
Moved by Councilman McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Watson.
This, I think we. Oh, well, you know, I actually don't know. I think I was bringing it forward, but I actually think that maybe. I don't know that I'm listed as bringing it forward, so.
I might have responded to it before you did.
Yeah, I think Councilman Fellows responded before you.
But it was you that brought it up. Councilmember Simmons brought this appointment forward.
Yes. So this, I'll just tell you whatever, anybody say anything. I'll just say this was brought forward because, Andrew had named that this was a need, and so then I asked our, clerk, I asked Tracy about, if we had any applications already for this position or if other people who had applied for multiple positions had listed, the LDFA. And Elise was named as the application, actually from, I think it was June or something. So looked qualified. Reading for.
You know, maybe. I'm scared. You know, I don't know. I want to get to know them. Further comments on this appointment?
I support.
Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Paxton,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you have 190.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the following resident be appointed to the city of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Renee Smith, Ypsi Housing Commission, expiration 10/20/2030, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tucson. I brought this reappointment forward. I've been able to engage and work with, Renee for my time that I've been on council, I believe. They've been on, for almost 13 or 14 years, and held various roles, represented the city, at conferences, very engaged, and wanting to continue that work, with the YAC, and so I strongly support this. I mean, I believe I read in the application, I think I can pull it up, that they've only been absent twice in like 14 weeks. How many of these meetings? I feel like that is super. So, yeah. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Paxton,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you also have 191.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the Ypsilanti City Council hereby establishes an ad hoc tenants rights subcommittee as outlined in the attached memo, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Councilmember Fellows.
So the memo is in the packet. And one thing that did come up since creating it is, really oversight on my part. So the Legal Services South Central Michigan liaison is not, able to be a voting member, but can be like a non-voting liaison to the committee because of federal regulations. So that would be one change I would offer. As well as like the comments from public comments, and I agree about having tenant representation being a significant part makeup. And I believe as far as the people that have been showing interest right now, Councilmember King being one, another member from NC Big, Colton Ray. Those are two tenants, and as far as the other appointments, they're not filled because this hasn't been completed yet, so. I would also be interested in adding maybe just a sentence saying, asking for 4 of the members to be tenants.
Now, would you do that as the general composition, or would you add as in having,
General comp. What do you think?
So does this, are you suggesting that we go to 11 members?
No.
Given that the people that are listed there, okay, so we take one away, so that's 6. And if we had 4 resident tenants, that brings it to 10. And we make no assumptions about the designations here and whether they're tenants or not.
Yeah, so I would say that I would support adding more members that then would be held specifically for tenants as opposed to trying to figure out how to make sure that that it's great if the members listed also. But I think I want, if it's already, so now we're at 6, if adding then 3 tenant positions, that would get us to 9, which would keep it, I know people like odd numbers for these things. And that would add 3 specific resident tenant positions to it.
I'm supportive of that. So someone gonna bring forward some motion?
Sure.
Alright.
I move to amend section 4, membership, 4.1 composition, voting membership of the subcommittee shall consist of 9 members as follows. A stays the same, 2 members of city council. B would be 1, we eliminate B, legal services. And then continue on from moving everything up and then adding the new F being 3 tenant residents from the city of Ypsilanti.
Support. The movement supported, how do you know, did you get that?
I think so.
Okay. Discussion.
I think it's great.
What's it? Alright, let's follow the roll.
Good job.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yeah.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
No. Because we went to vote before I got to say what I was gonna say. No.
Amendment carries.
What do you like to say, Representative?
I would like to know why the Ipsy Ballot Initiative is specifically called out as a group.
Sure.
And why not other groups that deal with kind of like the Ypsilanti Tennis Union or something like that? Why does this group have special status in this committee?
Sure, because this initiative came about after, the ICBA came and did a presentation asking council to move on tenants' rights of policies and, offered template policies for us to work off of, so they've been a major part of the work so far and has been part of the meeting that we had with the city attorney as well. And the person that's showing interest in this role is a member of the ISD Tenants Union as well as a policy fellow for Masters of Social Work at EMU. And so is pretty qualified for the role. That is the main reason for that.
And the reason I just have an issue with the group itself. Person's qualified, that's one thing, but the group itself being, there's no other group listed, and I don't,
I mean, I think.
I don't recall this ever being the case in any of the other cases that we've had. I mean, I
Oh, man,
have no
exactly.
objections to the person in particular, but I was curious why.
I'd like to respond.
Reflecting that.
Councilman Fellows? There's many examples of, pulling out specific, groups and prior committee formations. I can show them to you. That is why, I think it's important to name like local groups and initiatives that are part of the work that we do here, and it's not, you know, just simply not acknowledged, because the lineage of movement and policies and, you know, changes in city government comes from grassroots organizing. So it is important to acknowledge and credit where that comes from. If it's a huge point of contention, I think it's fine just to name this as a fourth tenant seat, but I think it's important to actually name the initiatives and groups that have been doing the work to lead us to this point today.
Not a big deal.
All right, well, we're on the other.
Caffeinated slate.
Okay,
Correct.
I see. Councilman McLean?
Technical question, I think, and this isn't a big deal either, but why are we calling this a subcommittee? It's not a subcommittee, it's a committee. We're creating a committee. If it were a subcommittee, it would be a sub branch of something else.
That's
Since
true.
we're creating it, that doesn't exist. It's a committee.
Does that require us to do it? Can we just change that to committee?
Sounds like a typo to me.
Yeah, well, start this up.
Friendly amendment.
Sure.
I love that, I love that.
Use it, yeah.
This is only a memo, by the way, so the resolution is one sentence.
Oh, that's true.
The other thing that would change in the memo is the 4.2 ex officio members, so that would be A, the city attorney, A, city staff, or B, city staff, and C, legal services South Central Michigan liaison as another non-voting member.
Make a motion.
Sure, I guess I move to, update section 4.2 to add C, a legal services to South Central Michigan liaison.
Support. Moved by Councilman Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Any discussion on that change? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
the amendment carries.
Thank you. All right, we're on the amended memo. Any?
I was just gonna offer the amendment to strike subcommittee in every place that it's mentioned.
Oh, support.
As
It's friendly.
every place. Yes.
Yeah. What a typo. Everybody's gonna fix it. Committee is council. It was really a friendly, so, but he wants to make sure it's in every spot that it's correct. All right, anything additional? Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, it was great.
Me too. Call the roll, please.
191 amended,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have 192?
I do.
Thank you.
Whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes the importance of a warming center during the cold, harsh winter months in Michigan and seeks to assist our most vulnerable. And whereas the city operates the Ypsilanti Freight House and generates revenue to help support the ongoing maintenance and community purpose of the space. And whereas the investment in a warming center at the Freight House is part of a broader strategy to prioritize community health, collaboration, and community partners like the Shelter Association of Washington County. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the memorandum of understanding
with the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County to support the warming center operation beginning in November twenty twenty-five and ending in March twenty twenty-six, subject to city attorney approval, and I so move.
It's been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember King, and the KT.
City manager and I met with, both, the previous, shelter association director as well as the new one. Her name is Nicole Adelman. I don't believe she's out.
She is not on today. She does send her apologies, but it's a religious holiday. Nicole.
She's great. Yeah, we met with her Friday morning. So they've been working to be at the Methodist Church and it looks like that those plans have fallen through. And so we have this resolution for you to have it at the Prairie House again this week.
Councilmember McLean.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't this bleed into April last year?
I believe that it did, yes, that's correct, yes.
I thought we had extended into.
Last year, the year before.
I don't think we ever extended it. I know they have extended sheltering. I don't know that we've ever done it at the Freight House. We've done had other programming that tend to come in right at the end of March when it had.
Yeah, because UMS.
UMS.
But I do feel like not this past year, but the year before.
Did we do it?
I think we did give an extension.
There might have been a year, I think that maybe it didn't
But,
coincide with UMS. That's been our issue with us extending beyond that date. Yeah, I think that you're right that the colder is going longer, and so I can check those dates.
I'm just wondering if we don't at least build into this.
Yeah.
The flexibility to do it if appropriate and available, and maybe give the city manager discretion to. That's otherwise we can come back here and have to do it again.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, based on its availability. Which we can check on.
Who do you wanna?
Make a little show.
I would move that the ending date read March 2026 or April 2026 at the discretion of the city manager, subject to availability of
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson, exit. Is that?
No. That the ending date for the use of the facility read March 2026 or April 2026 at the discretion of the city manager, subject to the availability of some.
Discussion. On the motion. Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
the amendment passes.
Thank you. We're on the amended resolution. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Simmons.
Just a quick question. So I'm wondering, do we have a sense of how many weekend events and such that the Freight House has from November to March?
I did not look at that calendar. I just knew that we had it open because we've been open for pits.
I mean, it looks like the city manager's looking for something. I guess I will say the reason I asked, or the reason I'm asking is just this came up during public comment as well, with folks talking about the gap from Friday to Sunday. And there's probably multiple reasons for that, but I feel like from the city's perspective, part of it is because then that frees it up for weekend rentals. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of, are we having a lot of weekend rentals? And or, well,
I think we're pretty booked up and already into April. What I'm being told by Director Wessler.
for.
She's out of town watching us.
Oh, we off.
Council Jaman.
And so the other thing is that Andrew and I wanted to make sure that we got this to you guys with enough time last year. We were really last minute getting it. It was like the day before it started. So we wanted to make sure this was on there. We plan to have several other meetings with Nicole and to make sure that we have the right structures in place for planning and to talk about who's gonna be doing overnight sheltering and have those discussions. But this was the piece that was sort of like, we needed to get it before you guys to get approval for. And then I'm sure that we can come back with a more thorough report of
For
like
sure.
what,
Yeah.
of what
I mean, this
overnight
was-
looks
yeah.
like, as well as weekend daytime opportunities. look
Yes,
like.
yes. So I mean, this is what folks were asking for,
Right,
so
yeah.
I think it makes total sense. Like, I just was wondering about that. So I'm glad if we're booked up, that's great. I just wanted to like have a sense of that. So that's great. Thanks.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Thank you, Bonnie. The further discussion? All right, seeing none, please call me.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended resolution passes.
Thank you so much. Councilmember King, you have 193.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, where city council approved the bid to stabilize the salt barn and to remove the roof on the main bay of the DPW garage, as well as associated to, and whereas due to issues discovered during the course of this work, it is necessary to make a few changes. And whereas these changes mitigate mold and other safety hazards are outlined in the change order request 1 from the Summit Company. And now therefore be resolved that this Ypsilanti City Council approves change order request number 1 for the salt barn stabilization project from the Summit Company in the amount of $92,419. That's a move.
Support.
Been moved by member King and supported by member Houston. Is there any presentation for this? Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe Bonnie is online for the specific reason, so. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, Bonnie.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
So, in recognition of the late hour, this is a fairly straightforward request. In the process of demolishing the main mechanics bay, some things came up with regards to the former mechanics office and parts room that we thought we were going to be able to keep and save a little money, but it is actually very moldy in there and not salvageable. So this change order encompasses removal of that in a safe manner, some rerouting of associated electronics and other utilities, and a couple of other small items related to the salt barn.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council?
I guess my question, I mean, I know I have like to find out. How much of a difference is it from what we already had approved?
So the change order is for $92,000 and change, I believe.
Oh, that's the change is that.
That's the amount of just the change. The overall contract amount is north of 600, if I remember right.
I see. Thank you.
Councilmember McLean?
Mayor Pro Tem. No question, but just a comment that change orders like this should be expected in facilities like this, and a reminder that we have facilities. That's it.
All right,
Further discussion?
is there anything from OHM?
Which I did not participate with this person.
So yes and no, actually. So OHM did walk through the site with us. So both of the architect and Chuck from Summit and myself, we all walked through. We all kicked some walls, pried some things up, agreed that this is the safest and most effective course of action. OHM, as part of their contract with the city on this particular project, is also reviewing all of the pay applications. So in these larger projects, what happens is whenever a contractor is requesting payment, those go to OHM, who has been on site doing time-to-time inspections, making sure things are getting done. asking questions on our behalf, they review that invoice, that pay application, and they approve it. Or, offer some suggestions on, I'm sorry, not with pay applications, that's just a straight up yes, no. With change orders, they offer their opinion on what could be done instead. This was about a week-long conversation between Chuck, myself, and Mike Spurbeck, the architect from OHM.
Any other questions in the session? Well, thanks, Bonnie.
I'd also like to point out that I am not here on PTO. I am here for a week-long training.
Also, you're working hard. All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
motion carries.
Hyperthermia 194.
Resolution number 2025-194, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the operation of the Department of Public Works is an ongoing important service offered to residents in the city of Ypsilanti, and whereas the city council of the city of Ypsilanti had allocated funds in the past budgets for these purchases, and whereas the purchase price of the vehicles is more than the originally budgeted amount, and whereas the remainder of the purchase price can be drawn from current year motor pool capital. And now therefore be it resolved that the city of Ypsilanti approved the truck purchase in a total amount of $509,948 to be expended from the appropriate motor pool capital accounts, with any change orders to be approved by the city manager. I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem McCarthy, supported by Councilmember King.
Oh, Mayor Council. You will start out by apologizing to you about this,
You can lift the table up too if you want.
On two sides, there you go. Oh, no, it's a 11. No. There you go.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Or maybe-
The number, the 509,948 number is not correct.
Is it lower or
If you do
higher?
the math, it is 653,433. All right. We're set, sorry. 653,433, not sure where that $509,000 number came from.
Or.
That's $150,000.
We need to change. Make an amendment, change this, so this is that's a big change.
Yeah.
That is a large chunk. Change.
Great.
So we.
Never good. I would suggest let him finish the presentation first.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, in the documents we provided, you can see that, these are replacement of vehicles that we currently have. Realize it's a large number, but prices have gone up significantly since we put these vehicles in the budget in years past. Our street sweeper is a 2012. We're replacing it with a much newer piece of equipment that's more fuel efficient. Better emissions, same thing with the 1-ton truck replacement. We have switched from single cabs to a double cab so that more employees can ride in that vehicle out to the job sites and reduce the amount of vehicles that we're taking out there, reducing emissions and fuel usage. And really the dump trucks are dump trucks. That's what they call them. They are more efficient and better emission systems, however, they just. Any questions?
Questions? Councilman Fellows.
How much is in this year's motor pool?
I would have that number offhand, it would be more of a Reagan.
What's in the vehicle motor pool? And,
Oh, how much
yeah,
funding is available? Believe this would have been budgeted, but if you give me a minute, I can take a look at that. Or I can provide that information to council by email tomorrow.
Okay.
Around 690,000. Right, but I've also been told. Sorry.
Bluebird.
Oh, worry.
Well, that's the whole budget.
690 or 609? Well, I mean, that's fine, don't worry about that.
Councilmember McLean?
So I'm not sure this question is maybe for the city manager, but to what extent is there awareness that this number is different within our finance department? Is this going to, Reagan gonna walk into the office tomorrow and say, holy hell, what happened?
No, this should have been budgeted correctly. I think it's just.
Yeah, I suspect it was a carryover from last year's purchase somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, this is in the budget. These are the vehicles that we put together in the DPW capital budget. I think we only have one more. So this is part of our motor pool fund. The motor pool fund is structured as an internal service fund, so each department rents its vehicles from this. And this capital fund is an amount that gets carried over year, but each department contributes incrementally to the purchase of their replacement vehicles. As these vehicles are all replacement vehicles, these are all funded purchases. And have been planned for, I think, about 3 years, more or less.
Are there opposed? Can you talk a little bit about the 2027 speculative increase, that's been highlighted? Is that because these vehicles are not being purchased in the future, or?
So this is basically the tariffs are. Since we don't know, the truck company doesn't know what the tariffs are gonna be, these could be lower, they. Won't be any higher than the price that they gave us, they did. Freightliner did say they would lock us in on this price, no matter what the tariff goes up on there. You know, everything nothing is completely built in America, I guess. So there's gonna be a tariff. Things they procure could possibly have a tariff, so they've kind of estimated that.
An unrelated question, what happens to the retired vehicles this week?
We auctioned them off on a website called Binergy. We actually have vehicles that more than likely already can still fit on there. You should buy one.
You know percentage of how much it offsets the new cost versus the resale?
I mean, depending on the vehicle, 10 to 20%. Roughly, comparing them apples to apples, one type of equipment may sell better on there over others. And depending condition of vehicle is huge in that, and the longer we keep something, the less we get out of it on the resale side. So like as the street sweeper, as a 2012. The guys that know how to work on that kind of have retired out of the system, and we're just have to fix it ourselves. Like there's no
support
company experts at that company that when we call them, they don't have any answers for us anymore. So the value of that goes down because pretty much everybody in the industry knows that's going to be hard to repair. There are like 4 models past the one we have.
That makes sense.
To interject something here really quick, we do set a reserve on our vehicles and equipment that we sell that we do expect to have a particularly high value, such as the Volvo loader. And that money does get returned to the motor pool to help fund future capital purchases.
That's my question.
Further questions or discussion? Okay, so do we need to amend this with the correct number? I'm saying.
Yeah, I can do it, so, yeah.
Belt suspenders. So it's about suspenders, approach to make sure it's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all.
The amounts
I
are
thought you said
correct in the
spell
resolution, it's just the total amount.
Right, so each
Yeah.
line is right with the total.
Yeah,
That's just added up.
each one of the quotes that you see in the packet we provided is the correct amount. It just looks like when it was totaled. I don't know, it looks possibly like maybe the salt truck body build was possibly not put in there. Into the total,
The number you have is 656, 433.
653, 433.
Wow. Well, transportation for that, organized, that could be.
Yeah, it could be me too. I saw this number before we got started tonight. I'm like, this doesn't look right. Let me.
Yeah, let's make sure we change. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it one more time.
Otherwise, somebody's gonna have to total $3.
$3,000.
Thousand.
Okay, give me one second, I just. Sorry, no, I think it's. Hold on a second.
Just on a second. That's my budget. All right, there we go. I move to amend the dollar amounts in the last clause of the resolution, change from $509,948 to $653,433.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Bless you.
Please call roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. All right, we're on the amended resolution, further discussion, any other questions? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
You're Purdue.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah.
The amended motion carries unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Simmons, you have 195.
Is a do. Leave the leaves resolution. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas fallen leaves are not simply yard waste, but rather a valuable natural resource as they decompose. They return nutrients to the soil, improving soil fertility, structure, and moisture retention. And whereas leaf litter provides critical habitat, cover, and overwintering sites for pollinators, insects, amphibians, and other wildlife, thereby contributing to local biodiversity. And whereas removal of leaves through mowing, blowing, raking, bagging, or disposal disrupts those beneficial ecosystems, reduces organic matter returned to soil, and may generate greenhouse gases such as methane in landfills or air pollution from leaf blowers. And whereas the Leave the Leaves approach encourages residents to allow leaves to remain on site or to be relocated to garden bed until spring, or to mulch leaves in place rather than sending them to curbside waste collection. And therefore be it resolved that the city of Ypsilanti endorses the principles of the Leave the Leaves campaign and encourages residents, landowners, gardeners, and landscapers within its jurisdiction to adopt leaf-friendly practices that enhance soil health and ecological resilience. And be it further resolved, the city of Ypsilanti recommends the following practices consistent with best scientific guidance. A, leave fallen leaves in place where feasible, especially around base of trees and shrubs or in garden beds. B, if necessary, move leaves gently using rake or broom from lawns or pathways into planting beds or under shrubs rather than discarding them. C, delay any major leaf removal until early spring to minimize disruption of dormant wildlife. D, use a mulching mower if required to chip leaves into fine fragments which decompose more rapidly and enrich the soil. E, avoid using gas-powered leaf blowers that harm air quality and displace leaf litter. F, ensure that leaves are not left clogging storm drains, gutters, or public roadways. Where leaves are raked to the curb, they must be kept clear of storm drains.
Resolve, the city of Ypsilanti shall support educational efforts to inform residents about the benefits of leaf litter, such as distributing flyers, yard signs, digital media, workshops, and including Leave the Leaves information on municipal websites and newsletters. Resolve, the city of Ypsilanti shall coordinate with its waste and yard waste management division to adjust leaf collection schedules or policies where applicable, to encourage minimal removal and composting and to avoid penalizing residents who leave leaves in place. And I so move.
Support by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Fellow. Either we want to say something before I open the floor, everyone else.
Just to say that thank you, Clerk Boudreaux, for helping to pull this together. This came through conversations and emails with a resident and some members of the Sustainability Commission. And so there's been a lot of information about this, and I kind of see this as, you know, just the same as some of the low things and some other things I think around some of our ordinances that I know I'm interested in looking at fully. In terms of thinking about what is the like full timeline for thinking about pollinators and thinking about the actual like stream. It's not just in the summer. It actually that these play a really big part in that ecosystem. And yeah, I will just say personally, I've seen, because I've seen pictures of like the place where I live now, what it was, how it was kept before is very differently from how we keep it. And I will say that within not even that long of us stewarding that piece of land, we were able to actually return nutrients back into the soil, regenerating even the grass, which we don't want a lot of, but and other things on our lawn from practicing some of these things that it really actually help it to rebound, because before to pictures it was just like dead. It was just like all dead. And so big fan, big steward of these kinds of practices, and I'm seeing more and more people around the city wanting to practice this. So I think it's great for us to promote as part of our Bee City kind of initiatives, as well as to think about how it might impact enforcement too.
Discussion or questions from council?
Curious to know how confident we are that this has a good, strong scientific basis. I think about leaves are different. Leaves come from different plants. Leaves have different pH balances, and I know that when I lived in a house that had a walnut tree, whose leaves were highly acidic, I always break those away because it would change the soil composition and impact the way things could be grown. So, in general, I support the concept. I think it makes sense, and I hate lawns. See my house, you'll realize that. But I just want to make sure when we're promoting something, it actually has a strong scientific basis.
So I will just add my own scientific observation over the past 10 years of what I've been seeing, how I also, and I know this is just, I'm just naming my own personal ones, but I would say that there's backing from others in terms of understanding how yeah, just understanding the regenerative, you know, there's a whole lot that you could say about, you know, what like nitrogen, all these different things you put in the soil by you know, the grass clippings and the leaves, and you compost and everything like that. I don't have that for you. but there is a lot around that in terms of soil health. And plant matter, in it. But like I said, like what I've been able to observe in terms of the return of what I would call biodiversity, to my space, as well as visitors, throughout the year. And shows that these kind of things have improved the habitat for insects, birds, lots of caterpillars and butterflies, things.
I think biologically, there's no plant whose own leaves are toxic to it, so. I think that's one thing, if you bring them on to something else, that's not walnut leaves, well, your tomato plants, but that's. People should do that, no, I think this is great, I think this is a nice way of getting at what I brought up during our budget meeting. And we wanted to stop pick up of guardway, this is kind of a nice. Situational way to do that rather than forcing constituents to grapple with their own ways.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, we're having multiple, species collapse happening in the invertebrate world and, other worlds. So I mean, besides, just being easier, on our city services, on residents' backs from raking, this is good for the environment. And it sounds like there's a lot of fans of lawns here. So hopefully we will support this and bring education to our neighbors so we become even more in balance with the world around us. It would be great if we could eliminate the yard waste program at some point. So.
There is a Leave the Leaves plaque up in the entryway out there.
Oh, let's catch up. Alright, further comments or discussion?
But leaflets, that's part of education.
Leaflets out there. There is no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Oh.
Motion carries.
Councilmember King, you have 196.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas President Trump or any future president of the United States has authority to remove Cuba from the state sponsors of terrorism list by executive order, and to recommit to the normalization of relations with Cuba began by the Obama-Biden administration. And whereas for the past 62 years, the United States has imposed an economic, commercial, and financial embargo on Cuba that prevents most engagement and trade with the United States and punishes other countries that engage with Cuba. And whereas the consequences of this embargo continues to afflict daily hardships and deprivations on the Cuban people, creating shortages of necessities like food and medicine, and severely restricting international financial and trade opportunities. It prevents Cuba from obtaining vital medical equipment and supplies, and even impedes humanitarian aid responses to catastrophic events like Hurricane Ian, which devastated both Florida and Cuba, thus harming the Cuban people who President Biden's administration claims to support. And whereas the United Nations in 2017 estimated this embargo cost the Cuban economy $130 billion, averaging more than $2 billion each year. And whereas the United Nations General Assembly voted to condemn the U.S. embargo against Cuba for the 30th time on November 3rd, 2022, with 185 of 193 nations decisively voting in favor, and only the United States and Israel opposed. And the rest will be read into the record as a more short.
It's been moved by Councilmember Seymour, like Councilmember Simmons, I heard first. All right, discussion.
Well, we're,
Well, Councilman Fellows or Councilman Stitch? I will say, I think this resolution spells out a lot of great advocacy and, I just wanna know it came from one of our commissions, Human Relations Commission, so, just seeing that go through a democratic process through commissions and then, some of us on council decided to take it up is great part of our process that we don't engage in that fund, so I'm very happy to support this, and I don't wanna, talk about it for a long time since we are already getting late, but I just do wanna highlight, I think we need to, as a society, move away from economic aggression as a mode for controlling, our neighbors especially, but just around us, as a tactic for peacekeeping is really absurd. Or really domination, so, I think this is a first step in trying to move towards, more cooperation with our literal neighbors and also with people that are doing, work that would benefit residents in Ypsilanti, and we have more in common, more similarity with a lot of people in Cuba than some other parts of, the country here, so. And just one anecdote is that I recall learning that the embargo makes it so very inconsequential items like school gym mats go from being dollars to, thousands of dollars, and it is really just, hard to understand as, people that live in the US, how deeply this impacts day-to-day life of residents in Cuba. Thank you, Councilman Simmons.
The only thing I would add, one thing is that there was a whereas that I had added to the resolution that I don't think was in it.
It's there, it was there.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yes. Just write the rest into the record so you can.
Oh, when I was reading it, I missed it too, so, okay.
Can you just tell me which one?
I see it. Whereas based on the impactful stories shared by Ypsilanti residents of their experiences in study, now therefore be resolved.
Okay, thank you. When I missed it, so I had put a note, but okay, cool. Thanks. I'll just leave it at, what folks have shared at this point. Thanks.
For Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to just suggest that we change the verb tense in terms of President Biden's administration. I just read like he's still in office. So the third whereas, President Biden's administration claimed.
Support. Yeah, for friendly. Go ahead.
I support.
I think it's awesome. I think the Cuba has been mistreated by the United States. The revolution, right? And this long resolution speaks to much of that. It hasn't been in our economic interests or our security interests to carry on with this. It's the first 10 years, if even that. So, I think this is great.
For comments or discussion from council?
I would just say thanks to the HRC for bringing us over.
Definitely echo that. Thank you all so much. Is Follow?
Amended 196. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
The amended motion carries unanimous.
All right, thank you. We are at our first of two discussions. Those are after.
Those are after?
Yeah, sorry. Our first of two discussions, I would hope that we could get through them in 15 minutes or less, but we'll see. So the budget stabilization fund ordinance, Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe, I'm hoping the clerk has copies of that. We already have them. Ah, got it. All right, here. Very good. Well, mentioned to all of you, I think via email, I had this slated for, first reading, in response to some questions that were raised and some requests to we slowed the train down a bit, but that was reasonable. There's not a huge timing issue involved here. I'd love to do it sooner rather than later, but, there's nothing specifically that requires us to do it this week, next week, the following week. But you'll recall that at this point, we have established a budget stabilization fund. I think it's fantastic. We have talked about a target amount, $5.7 million. In that, we have about 3.4 right now in it. And over the course of doing those two actions, I'm putting money into it. We've talked a little bit about what the purpose was, but I think it's important to restate that. And that is to allow us as a city to be able to weather changes in the economic cycle. The economic cycle is as the broader economy moves up and down and our revenues move up and down, that we are able to continue to provide core services and beyond, that we're able to continue our budget without major dislocations, meaning major layoffs, major cuts in programs, anything else that we do as a city on a regular basis. Cities that don't have rainy day funds are the ones that you start to read about as soon as the economy goes south, and you start hearing about them having to lay off large numbers of people, and it has a really terrible effect. Not only does it take employees away from the city and remove them from the employment roles, but it also will be paying into unemployment. So you don't save all the money that you lose, whatever the cost of a particular employee is. I won't belabor the point tonight, but it's important that we try to avoid being in that situation in the first place, and that's what a rainy day fund allows us to do. And so the question is, well, if it's a rainy day fund, then how do we know when it's raining? So I want to make 2 points about that. Number one, a rainy day fund is meant to cover shortfalls in revenue. It's not about what might be perceived as shortfalls on the expenditure side. It's when our regular dollars coming in are somehow compromised, usually because of the economic cycle. But it could be for something else, right? It could be because of a pandemic or something else that we didn't plan for. Something's very difficult to plan for. And so what this ordinance does is tries to lay out conditions under which we would in fact allow us as council to dip into the rainy day fund. It doesn't say how much we would dip in, but it just says we would take money out in the amount that might be appropriate. And so I've given 4 examples of that, four cases, and the first 3 are at the bottom of the first page. And this is where city finance director projects a reduction of 6% or more in total annual property tax receipts. The reason that we have property tax receipts is that's our largest single source of revenue for the general fund. Or when the city finance director projects a reduction in total annual revenue, so the full general fund, not including one-time grants, of 5% or greater as compared to the prior year. So these are trying to compare year over year, revenues drop significantly at 5%. in my mind, would constitute a pretty significant drop. By the way, all these numbers are 6% in first section, there's 5%, second section, all these are, consider these to be placeholders and markers. Talk about perhaps what the right number is, but I think the finance director would agree and city manager would agree, and most economists and local government administrators would agree that the cuts of those levels are significant and really do constitute an emergency or a rainy day. The third option is when the city finance director expresses his belief in writing that the state of Michigan is experiencing a recession, and this belief is supported by national economic data, state economic labor data, or regional economic labor data, all of which must be expressed also in written form. So it's not okay, it's not enough for Reagan or whoever our finance director would be at the time to come in and say, yeah, I think we're in recession. Gotta have data to back that up. And that begs the question of, well, how do we know we're in a recession? One of the challenges with figuring out if you're in a recession or not is that oftentimes you're in a recession before you know it, before you have the data to back it up. Recession is defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. So your gross case, the national level gross domestic product is dropping 2 quarters in a row. So at the state level, the data is not kept as readily available, and so that's why I put it here for the finance director to express that belief. But state, it's certainly possible for a state like Michigan to be in a recession when other regions are not in a recession, or the national economy is not in a recession. But when are we in a recession? Well, we know when we were in a recession, usually after those 2 quarters have expired. So it'd be, at best, it's gonna be 6-8 months after the fact. So that kind of gets us to the fourth option, which is where something happens, circumstances happen that we haven't anticipated. And this is on the first part of the second page, section 2-284, where money could be transferred under circumstances not otherwise permitted by this ordinance, which the 3 that I just told you about, in the event of an affirmative vote, 6 of the 7 members of Ypsilanti City Council. So that tries to cover the fact that we're not gonna be able to anticipate every possible scenario that puts us in financial peril. There might be some that we can all come in here and agree and say, yeah, we're really in a deep trouble financially. And we should take money out of the rainy day fund, but none of those other 3 conditions really have been met. So my last point, where I want to open up for any questions or see what we want to do going forward. There's always concern when a supermajority is required for anything. Note that the first three items are triggered by simply meeting those conditions, like any of those conditions. There's no supermajority required there. It's the 4th condition where we don't have any particular specific criteria other than we decide that circumstances are such that we're in a difficult financial situation and want to move money out of the rainy day fund. So in that case, 6 out of the 7 votes under this proposal would be required. And the reason the supermajority is really essential is as we look at ordinances that try to protect this rainy day fund. If we didn't have a supermajority, there's no need to even have this kind of amendment. Right now, the default is, for all practical purposes, we've changed our ordinances and vote with the majority. But this sends a signal that to those who care, and some do care, that we're protecting this rainy day fund, that we're not going to spend it willy-nilly. And that if city council changes, that it still remains protected. And this matters among others to the bond rating agencies. If we decide we're going to try to do things related to the debt, they'll facilities, for example, or something else. And we want our debt to be rated, the amount of money that we pay for that debt. In other words, the cost of money, the cost of borrowed money, the interest rate that we pay will be rated. And that rating will be based on how sound the rating agencies feel our debt is. And when we have an ordinance like this that protects a rainy, it has a rainy day fund, see that it has rainy day fund, and has an ordinance that protects that rainy day fund. All else being equal, is going to be a more credit worthy city than a city that doesn't have that. So this is the criteria that I've laid out here. How do you talk about those? And this is also the basis for the need for supermajority in those cases where we might not have anticipated what has happened financially, but we believe we're in financial straits. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that thorough explanation. The floor is open for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the distinction, the first three abilities with is there another authority? I mean, so the first three are triggered by the finance directors, basically. You know, one is, these are all projections. They're not actual, firm, trigger. Like inflation rates are determined, or, you know, those kind of things. It's all based on interpretation of the finance. And so it's like, you know, and the third one, it was kind of intimated that, you know, there are those metrics that which indicators of a recession and these kind of things. And my concern is that sometimes in our budget process, our finance director purposely underestimates revenue. Year very conservatively estimate that is. So I don't know how close that got to 5%, but you know, I wonder how close we get to that in normal, right?
It's a good question, and I would say, as an aside, I've had my own concerns about, and I've expressed some of those about our revenue estimates being overly pessimistic. And I believe they should be, well, one can make an argument to be conservative with those and not willing to overestimate them and therefore spend money that we don't have. But they should at least be realistic. And I think we could probably do a better job with that. But you're right, that's an area where there's room for the finance director if the dollar amounts aren't projected with some degree of accuracy. It could skew whether or not we're in a difficult situation. However, I would say we would have at least numbers for the prior year that we're comparing it to, because those are all implied comparisons, or they're express comparisons. And so the comparative number against which we're budgeting, we can 5% is a cut of 5% or a cut of 6%. You know, it really is dramatic. It's enough. If we were to see that on the revenue side, we'd say, why is this happening? What's going on? I believe we would feel that. Like we don't know that unemployment has gone sky high, or property values have dropped dramatically somehow. Or else the number that those kinds of things weren't happening, and finance director was projecting a massive reduction somehow for whatever purpose, So I think we'd be in a pretty good shape to call that person on it.
In terms of the first one, the 5% projection in tax revenue decrease is a little bit easier to calculate, go by the millage rate. And you can calculate those pretty easily, so you'll have a little bit of more upfront data. In terms of the second one, the revenues total in the general fund is a little bit more difficult. That's where we'll see some issues, but I think staff could do better about getting those revenue numbers in the general fund to be a little bit more closer.
So with the, in terms of speaking in terms of two, quarters where, that relate to the recession, does this also come with a reporting requirement, for the finance director to the finance committee, of the city council in general, to have a better pulse of when that is, so that it's not just, it gets away and there's no reporting on it, and then we realize 9 months into it that.
Yeah, if we're not seeing that, somebody is derelict in their duty. Right, I mean, and my hope is that our finance.
I like to engineer things in, so that doesn't happen.
Maybe wise, but, my hope is that our finance committee is going to operate in a way sometime really soon. Where we have regular quarterly, at least quarterly updates. And know where we stand and have reasonable projections to know whether or not we're actually on target through the year. And so by the time we would hit some kind of a reduction like these numbers contemplate, or these provisions contemplate, we would know that, we would know we're moving in that direction. Yeah, something really, really wrong with our system, our reporting system. If this happens, and it's the first we're hearing about it, that would be.
Councilmember Simmons?
So I have a couple of just, I guess, general. I'll go backwards. One, majority, I wonder why 6 of 7 as opposed to the 5 of 7 that we already have for a supermajority. I kind of find that one to be. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little confusing, like that we have all these different ones. We already have one around budget that is 5 of 7. So why would we kind of change that? That's already a supermajority.
There, two responses. One is the higher that number, the more protection we afford to the rainy day fund. The second answer is with 6, it's a near guarantee that we all agree that we're in a difficult situation. Right? There should be not much interpretation. There's no criteria attached to this. Right? It's all our opinion that, hey, we're in a difficult financial state. There is no criteria. None of those other 3 have to have that under this one. So with that, it's, if you were to say, well, let's take it down to 4, I'd say, okay, we don't need this whole, we're wasting our time. We don't need this whole thing. 5 to me is too close. 6 is, in my mind, the question was really, should it be 6 or should it be 7? So
I guess I would just,
it's not up.
I mean, I just think about it, one of the, like, I think about when there's different things, it's just like, all the different rules, and if we already have it, like, people will be like, well, why? When you've asked before, like, future councils will look back and be like, why did they? So I still stand by that, like, that we already have a supermajority around budget things that was added, and I'm not convinced that
that it needs to be 6 in order to show that. I think that there's different I mean, I can imagine different scenarios. Where. Yeah, so I can imagine some different scenarios, that would come into play. I think that, 5 is still a really strong showing. And if you needed to be near unanimous, like I mean. I feel like if you needed to be near unanimous, then there's also a point with this, because then people would come forward and say, you know, it would be. All in community, all on council, somebody would figure out a way around it, if it had to be at that level. So that kind of makes me feel uncomfortable, about it. The other thing I would say is just, you know, these 3 options all coming from our finance director, I kind of have questions around that. Even as you were talking about, well, if our financial committee is doing its job, then they would actually be able to see things and be bringing things forward. I think it makes sense to have something where, yeah, it seems like to me, these 3 options, like all coming from one person. So I kind of have a little questions around that. And then the other thing is, like, I recognize that, you know, we laid out this being around like shortfalls in revenue. You know, I think it's important. One of the things I think about is that, you know, if we are, you know, in these different times of recession, how that impacts what the services are, you know, and different things that might be happening in community as well. And that really all of this is to maintain, you know, our staffing at their current rates, which some of those rates are pretty high. And so then when I think about if we're in a true rainy day and we're pulling out to sustain, like what then, like I feel like we should be looking at other things. Like if we're in a rainy day, we should be looking at other things. We should actually be looking at things more totally in totality, not thinking that this will just carry everything as it is into, well, whatever amount of time we have for it. So I would like to see other, like, actually it hearkening to like other things that would happen in that case as well, as opposed to just maintaining, you know, being able to pay our staff who, and I think about, you know, I recognize too, when people come and they say, well, it's raining now. And I recognize that in your mind, you don't see this being a part of addressing those needs. And the challenge is that what winds up happening is that it becomes a choice between, you know, these things and addressing things, which sometimes when they are left unaddressed become more expensive. And then at some point, you know, whatever, they kind of boil over, whoever is going to pay for them. And that then when we're in a situation where any excess funds we have put into something like this, and we don't have the capability to use it to address, you know, really dire issues, then it does wind up actually pitting these things against each other. And also determining that we don't see our funds really in terms of how they provide for the needs of our residents. So I think, you know, for me, when I was looking at this, I was kind of like, they all kind of are all just for one thing, really. It's almost, you know, it's just 3 different ways to the same outcome. And there's really not I understand you're talking about protecting money, right? Protecting this fund, and I think. Yeah, I think about like how are we protecting our residents, as well, so.
So, let me start with your last point. I want to be really clear that a rainy day fund is fully expenditure neutral. Right, it is not meant to assume that we're going to spend it. We might do something different. If we were in a really serious financial predicament, we should probably do something different. Right, and we should think about who is affected. The rainy day fund actually allows us to be able to do that. It allows us to keep, in effect, when I say the same budget, we can have different priorities. We still have our budget process. We still could make decisions about that. We'll just have more money available to make those decisions. The absence of the rainy day fund is actually what will jeopardize our potential to do anything. This thing is expenditure neutral, but it's revenue positive. It gives us revenue at a time when we probably otherwise wouldn't have them. And then we can have the same discussion that we would have, but it'll be a better discussion because we'll have more resources to do it. It is absolutely not meant to preclude. It doesn't mean we have to stay with paying people's salaries. I don't know. That's a different discussion. Do we want to reprioritize certain expenditures? We want to focus on the needs of a different population because they're really the ones hurting it. All that's possible. We can do that. But absent these resources, we can't. There's going to be no discussion. We're just going to be one of those cities that just acts away and loses whatever ground they made.
So I guess one of the questions is like, part of this was like, what, what would, why council would draw from the fund, but not so much in terms of thinking about what it could be used for. It could, cause I think about, for instance, let's say, like, as one example, our housing trust fund, right? And the monies that we put into that. What I see as an inclination is that when things are tough, we're like, oh, let's just take it out of the housing trust fund. Let's just cut that down. Shorter, smaller amount, right? And so, cause that's budgetly prudent or whatever, I don't know. And so then that's where that's like an example of, okay, so times are tough, is that where we say we cut there, so to me, I'm just thinking about how we identify or name that, as you're saying, expenditure neutral, which is just saying that we're not using the funds necessarily to do something. So it's like these funds are not to do something that the city has desperately needed to do and hasn't done. So let's say, as we hear all the time, like let's say our vehicles, like the city didn't replace whatever vehicle, it's now broken down because the city has put it off because we couldn't afford it, because this is like life, right? So what we're saying is that we couldn't use this money to then go and buy a truck that we had put off buying. So we might just be without that fire truck or whatever, which then might put us out of compliance with our, whatever it is, right? Because that would be an additional item that I'm trying to track a couple of things. I want to make sure, because I'm just thinking about how this, what kind of things that I would like to see in it to like help it feel more full.
Madam Mayor, council member. Yeah, it forces us to save. there may be things that some members don't wanna do, don't wanna spend money on. There may be some things that some members do wanna spend money on. This just says when times are financially challenging, when times are tough, you'll have more money in the pot to utilize. It's really that, it's meant to be that straightforward, but it is not meant to be something that, we want something that we haven't had. And just use it on the expenditure side, right? It's to even out the economic cycles, which are way beyond the capacity of the city of Ypsilanti to control, right? It's questionable whether or not even the national government can do enough to keep us in recession, out of recession, or business cycle. It's up and down, and we go into recessions and sometimes depressions. But I know the goal. Cities that have saved money will be better off and will be better able to address the problems that come with financial dislocation, that come with recessions, come with economic downturns. I dare say that, the challenge for our most, those with the greatest needs in the community, our chances of being able to address those in a sharp downturn are much higher with the rainy day fund that we just make a commitment to protect. I mean, it seems like we're, Uncle Scrooge here, and I know I'm fast developing a reputation for that. But I think it allows us to do a lot more as a group, as a city, over time. When times are tough, and there will come a time when we're glad we have these dollars, we're glad we made tough decisions to it. I would also point out that, there is still fund balance out there. We haven't taken every dollar that's not nailed down and stuck it in the rainy day fund. There is still fund balance. There is still money that, we could decide. I'm not suggesting we should, but it's there. There's still fund balance, and I think the city manager will back me up on that.
I would like to give Councilmember Fellows an opportunity to speak, and then.
Yeah, so I just wanna first say that I appreciate this is a discussion item, and therefore I'm gonna treat it more just like I'm offering feedback, for potential, changes, amendments in the future. And, I also want to say that I didn't have as much of the time that I wanted to research other budget stabilization processes because we had so much with this other issue going on. So I'll start with like the low level feedback and ramp up. But the first is just like the way that it's worded is, it uses the finance director expresses his belief in writing. But I just think we should not have his pronoun, it should be like they, because the finance director could be a different person in the future. The next thought I have is, I supported the budget stabilization fund and I still do. But that was within a certain context, and it was within a certain context of understanding that we aren't necessarily a municipality flush with cash, and, within the context of a community that also has emergent needs, like we have various serious emergent needs. And this does, the way it's like, formatted now, it does hyper restrict the budget and our ability to, it precludes certain expenditures. Like if we wanted to, based on majoritarian vote, to address the homeless crisis that is definitely at our community level, like threatening our community. We wouldn't necessarily be able to make big moves because this is a hyper restricted budget idea. And so I also consider this ordinance within the context of our projected budget shortfall, because when we were first working on this, it did seem like we had over some years, kind of built up some cushion that we could set aside, but then when we went into budget season, it was actually like, we're in a huge budget shortfall. And it's because of the budget stabilization fund. So I don't feel comfortable, you know, we're not Ann Arbor. We are not just flush with endless amount of cash. Say we're talking about $100 million rainy day fund for the Trump administration alone. And I think that failed, by the way, but like, we're not in that situation. So, you know, I feel the same way as Councilmember Simmons about the, you know, kind of the framing of the expenditure neutral, because it does preclude our ability to expend. And I think this kind of, the way that this is set up, it feels a bit paternalistic, where it's like the finance director makes all the decisions on our behalf, and only in a, you know, 6 out of 7 member vote, will we be able to do anything outside of what the finance director wants to do. And I instead would think it would be better if we had like a finance committee that was also, where the finance director was a part of that was making a decision. Or an elected city controller that is our independent auditor of all of our financial decisions. That is a thing that other communities have. That we do not currently, and you know, that makes it so we don't have to worry about as much about you know, major financial conundrums, because we have another independent auditor. So I would feel more comfortable if there were provisions that wasn't just solely dependent on the finance director. And I would agree with Councilmember Simmons that I think this needs to be 5 votes instead of 6. And the last thing is that I would just ask that, you know, I will like also type out these notes and send it to you, but would hope that it would be discussed with the finance committee, so there's just more eyes on it to workshop it and draft something. And so it comes back to us, because this is a serious decision. This is probably the most serious decision that's come across the table here, whether people know it or not, because it will deeply impact our financial future, so. And in many ways, I agree too, that I kind of, this is a means to kind of maintain a status quo, which is not necessarily, you know, bad. If something terrible happens, we want to be able to continue our city services, but I agree with Councilmember Simmons that it might not be that we just like automatically pull the rainy day fund to maintain all of the current city services. We might actually want to, you know, as council intervene there.
Mayor Forte?
I think it's been a great discussion. I also have issues with the question about the one-time projects versus capital expenses. So, also Simmons talked about, you know, buying right. So, but in the point of the language in the third paragraph, in order to avoid layoffs or program reductions. So it sounds like that my colleagues are saying that either needs to state more or to state funds, and to have those taken out completely. You know, say program reductions, but in order to avoid layoffs, and the problem with trying to make a policy that then has lots of examples in it is that then somebody gets left out, right? And you have, well, you can only do it for this, but you can't do it for that. So less is better in some cases. So, you know, without going through a list of austerity measures, make sure you hit everything. You know, perhaps in the future that this, you know, we just take out the in order to avoid layoffs or program reduction. You know, that's certainly mentioned in the introduction and the memo, you put these things. But that would be one way to make it more neutral. That's all.
Thank you. Further comments or discussion? folks feel comfortable sending their thoughts to Councilmember McLean and also having maybe some conversation to maybe explain further if there's any questions that you have?
Then we've got the finance company schedule. We're not right there.
Gotta nail down the date.
The date, I think we did, somebody did one.
I think it's 20th, but I'll check my.
Yeah, quick question, or I guess this would be something maybe that we can get, you know, in between time, but I'd be interested, so I mean, I understand why there's the percentages, but I'd be interested to know what those percentages would be for us at this time. So we can kind of have a sense of what those dollar amounts are, because then that will, I think, better give me a better sense of whether the 6%, 5%, is a good number or should be different. And let's see. I have to try to remember. Yeah.
Okay, anything further? Sure. 100%, so sorry for that.
Yeah, that's just one point that, you know, that Wilcoxon made. The reason that there are pulled out, for purposes of comparison, pulled out one-time revenues is because we have to make an apples to apples comparison. If we were to get a $4 million grant that wound up in the general fund 1 year, and we didn't get it the second year, then we would have hit the target rather artificially. What that grant was one-time expenditures.
I think he's talking about this other part. The one-time projects.
One-time project. The purpose of this.
Is not to cover the cost.
Oh.
Cause I was talking about, like, if we, you know, what was that, the ladder truck or
Our ladder truck and our,
I mean, we got one for now, but I'm saying, you know, in 30 years, 40 years, it'll be out, you know, it'll be old by then, and then if we get to that next place, right? Like, that was a pretty big expenditure, right? So,
I'm thinking more like, I don't know, Dan's City Hall that isn't covered by.
I could see that too.
So that's a policy decision, right? And that is, in my mind, as I'm conceiving this, that is not what a rainy day fund is for. We decide we're gonna override, bypass, whatever you wanna call it, but typically that is not what rainy day funds are set up to do. It's on the revenue side. And then expenditures in the whole budget conversation it's a separate conversation, right? And we can decide to keep doing things the way we have been doing. We can completely change them, radically alter them, whatever we want to do. But we do whatever we do through the normal budget process. It simply gives us more resources that we otherwise would have in a financial down.
anything further on the discussion, there was no action being taken. So we have finance committee next. In October, next month, okay. Where we can take this up as well. And if everybody feels all right, is gonna send their thoughts and comments along. We can close the discussion because we have another and 2 more resolutions. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem?
Move to extend tonight.
Support, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilman Fellows, to extend till midnight, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The second discussion is regarding the removal or destruction of non-conforming buildings.
Yes, so, at the last walk the ward, myself and Councilmember King, we were walking around the historical Southside neighborhood. We were escorted by Mr. Baldwin out there, and he brought to our, attention the, like non-conforming buildings and the policy around it. So if possible, can we have, Mr. Chuck Baldwin come up and explain further like his Yeah. So you could.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, how are you all tonight? I don't really have presentation, so I really wasn't sure what the goals for this were to be. But, and I really would like it just to be about what the code says as I read it and how, you know, and how it affects some of the buildings that we might have in general. And for the most part, I would say just in general, nonconformities after repairing rights are probably the most contentious issue in the zoning code. And also sometimes the least understood and the most difficult to discuss. They're not really discussed at the dinner table. They're discussed late at night when people are in bed. So the way our codes are written, the way our code is written is, well, first let's start with what's a nonconformity. There are three kinds of nonconformities: uses, buildings, and lots. Non-conforming use might be a grocery store in a zone that only allows houses. A non-conforming building might be a building in a setback or one that's too tall for the code as it exists today. And a non-conforming lot might be that a lot is now 40 feet wide and the zoning now requires a 50-foot wide. All of them are assumed to have been lawful at one time in the past, but then the code changed. But they exist. And they're most problematic in the historic district, but they exist in all kinds of places. And that it's a result of these kinds of codes that result in the loss of a lot of these older buildings. And a lot of these older buildings are what we describe as giving the character to these neighborhoods. Now, the way Ipsy City's code is written, all nonconformities are considered one of two classes, Class A or Class B. All of them start out as Class B. And Class B is the lower class, which means if something happens to them, you have the least amount of rights to do something about it. In this case, if a Class B structure gets hit by lightning, or has fire, or a truck runs into it, and it falls below 50% of its value, and by the way, this could include demolition by neglect. That's not clear. But if it goes below 50% of its value, it cannot be rebuilt. If it is a Class A building, it has more rights and it can be rebuilt. But it's interesting. So the question is, why do we have those two classes? And I want to read you the umbrella statement for our code. The code begins by acknowledging that nonconformities exist. And then it says, it is the intention of this chapter to permit these nonconformities to continue until they are removed, abandoned, or brought into compliance with this chapter, but not to encourage their survival. Such uses are declared by this chapter to be incompatible with permitted uses in the district. It is further the intent of this chapter that non-conforming buildings, structures, or lots shall not be enlarged upon, expanded, or extended, nor to be used as grounds for adding other structures or uses prohibited in the district. You can interpret that as saying nonconformities are bad, because that's what people think when they read that. They are not encouraged to work with the city to try to figure out how to use them. And many bureaucrats in different city departments will use that kind of language to say no, before they use that language to say yes. And you can get into many details of where there are minor protections in here, but the umbrella statement is these are bad and should be eliminated. If our umbrella statement, for example, said something more positive, there might be more ability to work with them. So I'm a big believer that you figure out what your values are and you write them down. And that's what our code should be. Whoever wrote this code, that's what their values are, and they wrote them down. Now I'm going to tell you that while I can go through this code and I can talk with Planner Burns and so on, he'll cite some things that are positives about the code, and they are. It does come down also to a certain reality, which is you have this Class A and Class B. Let's beta test that for a moment. I believe, as the most evidence I can find, and I don't know if Director Wessler is still on the call, and she can help with that, because she's been here a while. I believe this code was probably implemented in 2015, because starting in 2015, the annual planning edition notes cited something called designation of special non-conforming status. I believe those are people who apply for Class A, but I can't completely confirm that yet. I don't have enough time. Since 2015, the first year that this existed, 6 people applied. 2016, 6 more, in 2017, 1, and I can find no more. So you have potentially 13 sites citywide, not just historic district, that apply. There's 735 lots in the historic district alone. My block, and only my block, has 11 houses on it. I'm relatively sure that all 11 have nonconformities. The percentage of nonconformities in the historic district is high. And let's assume that I don't know what I'm talking about, and only half of all the lots in the historic district have nonconformities, and let's assume that all 13 of these are in the historic district. 3% of the houses in the historic district are Class A. That's not a lot of protection. So some of this could be just a communication thing, getting the word out that people need to do this. But you should also know the process by which the amount of information you have to give to have your building declared Class A requires professional people. It requires surveys. It requires you understanding what I just explained to you in the middle of the night. It requires you to understand your own structure and say, I do have nonconformities, because who knows that? And then it requires you to go hire someone to present it to the planning commission, and the planning commission approving it. Does all that feel like we want to save these non-conforming buildings? And does all that feel like a homeowner is going to just say, yes, I'm gonna do this? I have a few $1,000s to spend on getting my building called, in case it gets hit by lightning. People have already voted with their wallets since 2015. They have chosen not to do this. That's the observation. How you want to handle that is up to you. I appreciate Councilmember Tucson asking me to come here and speak to you. I'm happy to talk to you with any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I would just suggest we remand this to. Forward this to the planning commission for the next agenda. And if you would come and make a presentation.
I'm happy to come and talk. There are many weeds with this. It's only 6 pages. But we could go around on these 6 pages for days.
Well, given the dark sky. Thing in the history of that conversation, I would fully expect that it would, but I think that's the avenue for me. Yeah, they're zoning nerds, and they love this stuff.
Council, wait to hear from staff.
Yep. What?
It's like 11, man. I don't know what's going on.
I'm Class A.
No, I just wanted to say there's a lot of things that I heard that are kind of confusing to me. Based on what Mr. Volkman just said, and I have not had a conversation with Mr. Volkman about this. The Class A status was done in 2014 during the zoning update to allow for buildings that we knew predominantly residential structures that might not meet all the qualifications. Typically, it would be rentals in a R1 or single family zoning district to allow it to be allowed to maintain. The way our zoning ordinance works is, so long as people are becoming more into compliance, there's never an issue. Right? If it's a single family lot, you're coming more into compliance than what was there before, there's no issue. Things don't need to be demolished. Now, there are certain aspects like the gas station on West Cross Street, which that is one of our walkable urban districts. We do not want that to continue there. based on our master plan. And some of the single family buildings in our downtown that are in rough shape, the single family structure next to. Bellflower, there's one it is in the historic district, but it is a single story building in downtown. Those are some of the buildings that we've said based on our master plan process that if that were to burn down or be destroyed, we would not want that to continue. And if you were to rebuild, we'd want a second story on that for the rest of it. And so those are some of the reasons why we have non-conforming statuses. We have one of the better non-conforming statuses that I've seen in zoning ordinances in the state of Michigan. I'm not saying it's perfect because nothing in our zoning ordinance. But while there are limitations, as long as you're becoming more into compliance, and not less into compliance or staying where you're at, there's never a problem. And so we would not order the demolition of a structure due to a mere dimensional issue.
So basically, so a non-conforming single family home in the historic district though could not. We don't want them to rebuild their house the same way if something happens to it.
So there's no non-conforming residential house. With the exception of the 3 houses behind Depot Town. Because those are technically, there's 3 houses right across the street from, all cultivate. Those are in the center district, those are single family homes. And that's where there is a little bit of a pull between the historic district and the zoning ordinance. However, like I said, there's very few instances where that is the case.
So what if it wasn't in the historic district, but it was non-conforming elsewhere?
It was not conforming, we don't require people to tear down houses typically. It's more of if there's a fire and it's to be rebuilt. Fires, the only other, Deja Vu was a great they were at about 40%. They're at 40% destruction, not 50%. And also lost that one. But there's very few cases where an entire structure is more than 50% destroyed. It could happen, but there's very few houses, single family. So there's 3 houses on Bingy, or that might be photo, I get those photos. But once again, I think there are ways that we can actually improve our ordinance for certain things like that. But like I said, I would never say it's not perfect. I think the planning commission should look at it, but non-conformings are typically use related, i.e. The gas station on West Cross that has been shuttered now for almost a year or over a year. Right across that is the one use where that is something our units doesn't allow for it. We don't allow expansion. What we have said is if you actually bring it to the road and make it more walkable, we could actually have a conversation. There's a lot of things we can do with the planning commission. But we have our zoning ordinance for a reason. We have our standards, we have our form-based code for walkability. And that's important. Now, it's not everything. So I agree that it should be looked at, but our zoning ordinance, like most places don't have a non-conforming A and B. That's some do, but most don't.
Okay. Further discussion? So we're gonna have it set to the planning commission to take a look. So if you want to say something else?
I may add a quick thing. We just said that there were not, unless I misheard, there were not many non-conforming houses in the city. I don't believe that to be true. I don't like measure everyone's house, but there's a house on my block where I can touch the house from the sidewalk. How is that a front yard? I understand there's averaging things that could come up, but I'm pretty sure it's too close, but I am certain of this. There are 4 carriage house garages on the alley behind my house. All of them are non-conforming. Every one of them. And I know that because I have measured those. And I know that they're on their setback lines. which they're not allowed to be. If they were to burn down the back, and this was what we were talking about, the whole back portion of my block would be open from yard to yard. But right now, it's not. And that's part of the character of the alley. That's what's beautiful about the alley. All four of them contribute to it. And the wall behind my house, it's not conforming to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
This will be sent to the planning commission. to Take a look at. If everybody's all right with that, we can close the session and move forward.
Thank
Thank you. All right. Next, we have our, two on, resolutions. Letter O, the Ballard Street, when I gave it to, I have both. Yeah, I think both, everybody got both. A lot. Yeah, the Ballard Street lot, Councilmember Finn, can you read that one into the please?
Resolution 225. Not a number yet.
Yeah.
The contract for mill and overlay in Ballard lot, Playhouse lot be awarded to Somerset Paving in the amount of $491,950. With the DDA reimbursement city for up to $181,950. Support.
Moved by Councilmember McQueen, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox and.
City Council, this is a DDA city partnership. The DDA has pledged to spend the money to, fund the, reconstruction of these lots. OHM has been working on it. The only cost of the city at this point will be $10,000. The rest will be shouldered by the DDA. Both Rachel and Elise are here to ask questions, but it's advantageous for the city to.
Yeah, I'm just, curious about what constitutes a great house lot.
Freight house lot would be from basically cross to, what's this, right? It's late. Rice, that's the one.
That's.
The east of Rice Street, right, is this way from the.
Yes, Marketplace.
I have a visual, if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah. Right there. Oh, good evening, Mayor. Hi.
Program.
No, not, yeah, I wish. Right here is cross, and it just comes right through here.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
And it
yeah,
gets
there,
fly.
there also some
And it gets fly.
there is some interesting private property around there that we're gonna work around so that there's no, disturbance to the neighbors. But, yeah, like, parallel to cross, but.
Yeah, there's going to be, some improvements. This also includes some improvements right in the plaza as well, so that it's adding ADA accessibility, ramps. If it's 4 or 5 locations. Yep. Yeah, and, some evening and, of some of the concretes, coming up and trip hazards, so we're just trying to make the plaza more safe and park areas and be more functional.
Is this in lieu of the plans that have been floated before, because that's such a huge project? that we're gonna-
Project, yeah, but this is where we kind of landed on to, because we decided that, some of the most important things for us was safety of the plaza, and the accessibility, so we highlighted those. We're gonna look at lighting later, and then also, the trees are pushing, they're past their lifespan and pushing, a lot of these birds up too, so we're looking at solutions. More.
Councilman McCollum?
This is walked on and kind of reviewing it quickly. It looks like the PDA board approved it.
Yes.
And then my understanding, this is in the DDA district. Is there a reason why it comes before council? Is it because, does this max out the budget?
No, so initially this project was just gonna be for Ballard Street lot, which is right outside the DDA districts. It's literally on the border of it, and the alleyway goes into the DDA district. And so in order to be able to do that sort of project, we need to partner with the city.
Also, the city owns those lots, so we would have, council would have to approve the, work to be done.
And so, yeah, and so, project started initially just as Ballard Street lot, we, made a partnership with, working with OHM as an engineer. And then, we started talking about the Rice Street lot, and then, the timing worked out where we could, combine the two bids into one, so, both the overall prices for both lots. I think Ballard starting this fall, hopefully in completion. And which, has been a problem lot for ages, and then the Freight House lot we're looking into the spring.
And I want to mention that I believe Bonnie got, I don't know if this was part of the grant, but the EV that was just installed in Ballard lot. So they cut into the pavement to install conduit to the EV station, and that has been, they backfilled it with, I think, just some aggregate. So that will make it all of kind of, yeah, it'll be continuous surface. So it kind of worked out nicely that they were able to do that, and then Bonnie gets to come over and do the top course, and it'll look nice. Yeah, so just, I guess, like, question is, so it looks like the DDA reimbursing the city for up to a certain amount, there's still $10,000 outside of that, so.
So Bonnie, when we were doing this, plan to go to engineering and everything, there are some items that Bonnie put in, specifically, that was not the DDA request.
Yeah.
So Bonnie paying for those things.
There is a triangular private piece that's right where it's where sidewalk is, right, across from the crosswalk between the two buildings on the north side of West Cross. It's privately owned, and there's some landscaping, and it's nice landscaping. Bonnie wanted to have some delineation exactly where the city property started and where the private property ended, her property started. So what we did was, we kind of offset just a foot away from the private property. We're gonna remove a small amount of like sidewalk pavement and then put, striping so that you can tell that line of parking, which I think they added a parking spot or two, that now, okay, right on the other side of this is no longer city property. And I do have some representation. I don't, actually. So right here, we're gonna add a line with bumper blocks, because it's not gonna be curved, but we will add a couple parking spaces, and now Bonnie will understand, or the city, departments will understand that this is a property line. You can vaguely see it in the background. That triangle is privately owned. And so it was kind of funky the way that it was before. I think there was only 2 or 3 parking spots there. Now we can kind of align that along the property line and get a couple more spots there, and then stripe it out. So now the city knows, okay, this is private property, we don't want to be,
Yeah.
yep. So, yeah, so then the thing is, so then it's coming.
This white line, if you plotted it in. Triangle right there is privately owned, and so we're gonna just add a pavement line here, and then add these parking spaces. So now it kind of delineates to, the city where their line is, and then you still have the thoroughfare through the back of the city. So that was.
And there was, where did you go, battery lot or something too?
That one. Kind of the project area here, we took it all the way up to West Cross. So this is where the pavement surface will be removed, replaced, and then we will be doing pavement markings. We just didn't have any pavement markings on the alleyway, because that just goes up. Crossing then the EV station there. And we added ADA parking spaces as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
the alleyway too, pretty well.
So I don't know if there was an increase, but yeah, these two are both. But yeah, these two are both. Yep.
For the alleyway currently, I don't know if you've ever tried to try the alley lot, we get out into cross street, you have to take out the bottom of your car. The way it has always been, so that is going to be. Functionally, but there's a lot of homes there that are, kind of adjacent, apartments. That use that every single day.
Further comment, discussion, questions from council on this? Thank you, seeing none, please call the roll, Dr. Joe.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Resolution number 20. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas ordinance 10-270 specifies that the city may choose to waive events fees for good cause shown or for individual case of hardship. And whereas this year's WFCE Domestic Violence Awareness 5K Run will take place Saturday, October 4th, 2025 at Riverside Park, and whereas the WFC Domestic Violence Awareness 5K Run event organizers are requesting to waive the application fee for the event and the electricity turnout fees for the 2025 event due to the benefit provided by the event to the community. And now therefore be it resolved that this Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive the turnout fees totaling $1,085 for the WFC Domestic Violence Awareness 5K Run.
Moved by Councilman Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember King.
I'd like to bring everyone's attention that in January of this year, I became the board president of this organization, so I will have to recuse myself from voting.
Thank you for that. Alright.
This is a yearly event, typically, at least historically, council has waived these fees. I know this came on late, it got invited to staff, I believe, Friday, so. But this is an event that is coming up prior to our next,
It's gonna be
At Riverside, far out and Riverside. Yeah.
That might say an increased cost, sorry. This is why an increased cost because of the change in location.
Where is a breakdown on the RFL of the amount of budget balance for the fee waivers?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I was gonna appreciate that. Yeah. Helpful.
Yeah, 12, maybe 5.
All right, discussion.
We need to re-expand our, we may have to, but the one thing, I don't know, if Councilmember Tilson can speak to the event, because I think one thing that we have put forward is just having the person sending in the request to talk about the event.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, Executive Director Alan Teresa Allen is on Zoom or was on Zoom, though it is late, yeah. And also, another representative from, remember the change, Anthony Williamson was indeed here earlier. Though the meeting is pretty late in the night.
Sorry, what was the first name for Zoom?
Teresa Allen, is she still in here? No?
Oh, yes.
Perfect, beautiful. Are you awake?
Yeah. Maybe not.
I'm still here.
There you go.
You wanna tell us about the event?
Yes, this is our 8th annual Domestic Violence Run Walk. We did change the location due to many participants saying they want a bigger area. The price did go up. This is one of our events where we raise awareness about domestic violence and its effect on women, children, and families. The funds from this event has helped us create other events that support food to the homeless, seniors, and other vulnerable populations that navigate throughout our city. Support of this event will ease some of the financial costs of this event as well as others we have held annually for more than 5 years. So we're just, asking, if not all, half, some, just to help us out as we continue our journey in lifting our community and supporting other programs we have. Our next program we have this year would be our Christmas dinner in the community, our holiday dinner in the community that's held at the Freight House on the 23rd of December annually.
Thank you. Any questions for our guests or for?
I do want to add, this is a fun, this is one of our fundraisers that we actually do give back to a family or individual that is transitioning in the transition phase from being dependent or in someone else's home or at Safe House to move into their own place.
Thank you. Folks are just looking over okay. I think the
1900 total.
yeah, they're fundable ones, I think, besides.
Councilmember Fellows, that was one of the things, is it? The waiver request right now is for the total amount, just without the deposit, right?
I think it's without the deposit.
Total amount without deposit.
It's the amount without the credit card fee.
And the deposit.
And deposit, because.
Sorry, it's 1,000.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's fine. Okay. Is there other ways to pay for events besides credit card? Because the credit card fee is so high.
Yes, you can pay with check and or cash.
I see. So that's only applied if they use a credit card.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken, Rebecca, that you be speaking from I think we had a meeting yesterday where we discussed that, the credit card fee and how it's associated with the, how much the fee is.
That's been removed from the request,
Yeah.
so.
So it doesn't, alright, bro.
Well, our last few events, we, opposite have the fees, so. Could see another argument for that. I was appreciative of this chart, so we kind of can see how we've been doing things and how much of our budget balance is left, so. If others are supportive of that, I could imagine motioning to have the fees.
It's cut in half.
Oh, to cut it in half, sorry, I didn't. Okay. Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, I was just I was looking at this, I mean, obviously, I'm like, wow, this is like so much more than the other ones we've done, but, and it's only a 2-hour event, 2-hour event, so it's like,
4 hours. From 8 to 12.
oh, I'm looking at this reservation, it says 10 to noon. Sorry.
Start time starts at 8.
Maybe it said something somewhere.
Maybe it's a registration.
See 7 AM to 1.
That's on the space is being rented from 7 to 1. But I think the event
It's from 8 to 12.
yeah.
And then I guess too, just making sure like, please don't be amplifying sound at 7 AM. I really don't want to get a middle finger email. Thank you. Yes, for every event in Riverside. So yeah, so anyway, I would say I was noting that, but that aside, one of the things I would say for some of the other ones when we were having them is like kind of thinking about like larger institutional partners. So I don't feel the same way necessarily about this. Yeah, but I don't feel the same way about it in that way, but it is a pretty large one, so, you know, I hope they go far with it if it passes.
I also think like the Riverside is so much more expensive than in Fort Allen than the other parts. And I mean, I guess I understand why, but also it's a much different price point.
They're much larger.
It's a bigger space, I guess. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, my logic for having these applications for the parks, it's more just that our fee schedule right now is too high. So I think that the half fee is more fair. And, doesn't present a barrier to, I've been hearing complaints of a lot of events moving over to the field parking lot and how it's uncomfortable and, not ideal for a lot of these event organizers to want to throw it in the parks, and so I still am motivated for us to change our fee schedule to be a little bit more accessible and, you know, something that people will just opt to pay without asking for fee waivers, but in lieu of having that process yet, the argument really is just that the half price is more fair and equitable, but also I understand if there's more interest in waiving the whole thing.
Further discussion or comments from council?
I'll motion to, do 50% waivers.
Moved by Councilman Fellows. All right, there's no support, so that motion fails.
Dies.
Or dies. Listen, it's almost minute. No, all right, so our original resolutions on the table for the discussion, comments?
So like Teresa said, we're, as a board, it's perfectly fine. We do it all or half or some, it's fine. Sorry.
I mean, I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Like Teresa said when she was speaking about the event, we are fine with if it's fully, the board is fine if it's fully waived or if it's half, it's fine.
All right, that's motion died, but
Yeah.
further comments, discussion, anything? Councilmember Fellows, why am I doing it again? Yeah,
Go ahead. Possibly.
was that I don't know if you can do that again. Someone else can, someone else can. Please.
Go ahead, support for half the fees.
Microphone.
I move that we will support waiver of half the fees.
Support. We move in support to support half the fees, discussion. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
I can't vote.
You gotta
Recuse.
recuse yourself.
Recuse. You should say. Councilmember Simmons. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wakata.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
All right, so we are at the amended resolution at 50% fee waiver. Further discussion. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Councilmember Tucson, you recuse.
Councilmember King.
I just want to ask, because I heard Tracy say it, she said, do Councilman, does he have to say it or no?
He should, but I mean, he said it the first time, so if we need to vote right after it, it's acceptable.
My apologies.
Yes,
So each time you need to say it, every vote.
you should, yes.
Never done this. All right, it's 11:56. We're at liaison reports.
We just to extend to 12:15.
Want to make a motion to?
I made it.
To support? All those support to extend to 12:15, all in favor? All in favor? Extend to 12:15? Opposed? Hey, we might have more days, that's fine. I don't like. All right, board liaison reports, Police Advisory Commission,
This Thursday, 7 p.m. City Hall.
Human Relations Commission.
Dang, I got a few things, but. Okay, I'll pass.
Parks and Arts.
They couldn't figure out which time they were meeting, and I couldn't figure out from their emails which time they were meeting, so they may have met, or they may be meeting next Monday.
Sustainability. Sustainability,
I don't think we've had a meeting. We haven't had a meeting yet.
HDC,
One item of note, 16 South Washington, which is the farmer's market, a couple of murals.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission met, there were a number of proposals before, the one that was closest to me is the gas station on Washtenaw and
Wendell?
Wendell, thank you. That was proposing to annex the residential lot behind it. And it did not pass, and so with that, the applicant has asked that it come before council. The have to pass planning to come before us, so. There are different reasons for passing, something the planning commission then weighed in on saying. Non-conformities, back to that, are significant on that site, it's been rejected. At least 3 times previous to that, possibly 4 times previously, so it got rejected again by the planning commission, there's an outstanding, there was a legal action between the owner and the city, and so the owner has now requested that us decide the fate. So I will have lots to say about that.
All right, thank you. CBA.
Platinum,
Shelcog.
nothing in the sun.
Watts.
Nothing at this time.
No meeting, Urban County, we just handled the DDA business, thank you for approving the lot. Friends of us were cool.
Nothing at this time.
Councilman Cole's business, Councilman King.
Okay, let's have a few things. The speed bump. Every meeting I have to bring it up. That's what I said. Y'all should teach me how to put it down as it is right next to my house. So I definitely have to drive over them every day, and every day it's not connected. So that, I spoke with residents in, around Park Ridge, and they really are complaining about bathrooms. They stated, how do we have a new playground, but no bathrooms for the kiddos to use? A few things, from the situations that have happened recently, I wanted to bring here because residents have asked me these questions. I don't have the answer. Number one, regarding the vehicular situation, people have asked me, normally with a press release, they said names are included. And so the community is a little concerned because the names and ages of the individuals that were charged were never known. Well, I don't know where, but sometimes that information is released when the incident happens around town, names are released. Also, the situation that happened at urgent care, one of the questions was that a random attack or was that a provider and a patient situation?
That was a random attack.
Okay. And so can you answer the other question since you answered that one? About names of the individual?
We don't
that
release names of individuals involved in anything, especially since one of them was a minor, so those names won't be released.
Okay, you said one was a minor though, because that was a question too. Okay, and the last question was in the updates on the complaint we sent Samantha saying regarding the Maricopa.
No updates there. Their MLCC will review it, but I haven't heard anything.
Councilwoman Susan?
Nothing at this time.
Councilwoman Simmons?
Just a couple of quick things. One is that, folks are gonna be at Luna Lake, in Prospect Park doing some cleaning up. This Saturday, September 27th, from 10 to 2, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And so feel free to go by to say hi, hike up your sleeves and jump into the marsh. Okay. But yes, please come and clean up, and there's some different things they might need, so bring gloves or something if you have it. One, next, just to name, I saw Michigan House pass a bill making it a crime to protest in the streets without permit. But it's unlikely to pass the Senate, but it might be worth looking into this. This is something I know that I've brought up in the past, just in terms of the city's own things around protests. So just to say, there's also a lot of things going on, especially as we look toward our state shutting down and our country. We're just gonna be in a shutdown. But one of the things that come up is around protecting the Porkies, and so there's lots of calls to action for this. In terms of, yeah, just not approving things that ruin our natural habitats. And people say these are the most beautiful, it's like such a beautiful part of Michigan. I really hope to make it before it's destroyed. And then the other thing I wanted to say is just that, I do want to note too, I am interested, so the HRC had a communications, and it's come up in the public comment around harm reduction and definition. And I am very interested in taking that up and working on it, but I also think it will take some conversations, with Josh, with our city planner, and some other things, because there's a number of things that kind of come up around this issue. And I'm not sure whether if we're looking at a zoning amendment, whether that's something that we would automatically send to the planning commission.
Yes.
So, yeah, so that's what I informed them. They were getting different.
If council would like just to send that with the other one that you just sent, you can send them both at the same time.
Yes, please, yes.
Yes, although I would. I just wanted, to say that we do still have, I kind of feel like I would like, there's some specific definitions I think that do make sense, but then also being able to talk about some of the different examples so that they're kind of, so I don't know how to
I got it.
put that all in, because it's unlikely that I will necessarily go to the meeting.
So if you can forward me any information, I'll give it to Josh.
Okay. All right, so that sounds good. Let's do that. I think that sounds good, and we can forward the information. So I'll have, I have some of it, and I'll just send it. Okay, let me make my to-do. And I think that's everything for me today.
Thank you, Councilmember Fellows.
Just seconding the zoning text amendment to include harm reduction definitions based on NDHHS, the county and the state's definitions. So I'll send the information to. The YDL board passed a resolution supporting this body's resolution, asking the county for support on a permanent shelter. YDL is recognizing the rising, housing insecurity and homelessness needs in the community, and are experiencing it firsthand after reopening, and are, see that the need is to request more support. So check out that resolution, it's got emailed to us today. I think I will just briefly mention the Water Street RFQ session, went to the Ward 3 focus group, and I do have concerns about how staff is framing this as the conclusion to the RFQ, because it is certainly not. That this body has passed a resolution for a citizen committee that will start at the conclusion of the contractor's draft report. And so I would like to talk to staff about when that timeline is starting. And just a note about, I haven't followed up in a minute, but I am curious about the mental health and public safety village funds, how they're being spent as we've passed a restriction to basically keep it to only related and initiatives to mental health, public safety, mostly initiatives to the council, so I'll check in about that, thanks. That's what I'm looking. Yeah.
Two quick items, Mayor. One, just thanks to the police chief, who has been very responsive to a number of neighborhood concerns about speeding and running traffic signals, stop signs in parts of Ward 2. And hopefully we'll set an example and people will slow down. And secondly, there's a bigger issue, and the hour's late, so I'm not gonna talk much about it, but the tree removal along the B2B trail looks fairly terrible, as the tree removal stuff that DT often does. I think, were they within their rights to do what they did? Maybe, probably. Is there a better way to do it? I'm pretty sure there is. And working with the community rather than sort of doing this to them and hoping a mess in their wake. But I did some walking with some of the landowners who butt up against the what looks like a clear cut in spots. So more about that later. Good sir.
Just one item, last meeting, there were two individuals that comment, commenting about, Huron Vista, which is the new development on Clark Road. I met with them last week, they have organized, a tenants union. And I spoke with them, a number of their neighbors, lots of people in the parking lot had a lot to say about the quality of living there. So they're having a meeting. I encourage them, one of the complaints was that many of the amenities that are listed for that place that they pay for are not available during any time that anybody can use them. So I encourage them to book the clubhouse to have a meeting. And so that meeting is this Saturday from noon to 2 9. That's already concerned. One of the people there, so I'll catch up with you on that. So seems like they've got somewhere between 15 and ready to be there. So that's where I'll be.
All right. Thank you. For me, okay, I'll just say two things. Well, they're similar. I think every meeting I talk about Washtenaw and Hamilton and the accidents over there. About 45 minutes before this meeting, I got a call about another one right there, and then I saw one yesterday as well. And then the incident that ended with the car crashing into the Ghost Hermanos almost ice cream shop. Something that's come up with folks, and I received an email and a call today about things that happening a lot more than I knew around that straight away or curve. And so what do we plan to do about that in terms of some type of, I don't know, signage, yellow pole, what, I don't know, something, because that curve, folks are flying around it, and that building went into flames, right? Someone could have been in there. So just two things, and they're both around the similar, right, around signage, lights, people drop speeding, all of that on those roads.
DPW is in conversations with OHM how to improve those, the Ballard, Congress, Washtenaw, Hamilton section.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's it for me. City manager?
Real quick, so you already talked about the YTL resolution. The state budget, there's concerns about decreasing revenue sharing, so contact your state reps about that. For the RFQ, once staff is interested in perhaps releasing the notice, the 30-day notice for that initial community meeting. I just want to get a yay or nay, thumbs up, or after the RFQ, they were, the resolution that Councilmember Fellows was referencing. And creating, we would like to notice for the 30-day notice for that initial meeting.
I would like to check in about that. That's very confusing about.
Okay. Yep, no problem, we can wait. Yeah, that's it.
Alright, city clerk, oh, sorry, you have a question for Andrew?
Yes, how much do we get for revenue sharing right now?
We actually, because they had that 3 rule with this past bill, I'd have to check on the number, but our revenue sharing increased this past fiscal year, but right now it's looking dicey,
If you're trying to take it back to status quo ante or
maybe less.
maybe less?
Yep.
Could you share the number of like the last few years worth?
Yeah.
City clerk?
I would just like to ask everyone except Councilmember Tucson to turn in their, forms about the retreat. Thank you.
This doesn't count.
I
turned mine in. I just turned mine in. It's inside here.
It's in my binder, that really nice binder you gave us, I will bring it back.
You sort out, email it to me, whatever.
I'll send it to you.
And Bianca would like to talk about the follow-up, so think about that.
We do need one.
Indeed.
Yes.
Alright, it's 12:13. The meeting's adjourned.
Oh.